And Mr. Dehaney, I understand you got a couple of items on the agenda for us.
Yes, we do, Mr. We got a lot of items on the agenda for you today.
I say that jokingly, starting at 1 o'clock.
All right, Mr. Mayor, the first presentation will be provided by our Deputy Director for Economic Development, Kathy Warren, on our proposed parking program that we want to bring to council for further review and consideration and next steps.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, Mr. Manager. Today, I am here to talk to you about our parking programs and changes that we would like to propose in the upcoming season. So I'll be talking to you about 5 different items today. One is the proposed code revision we're requesting to make. The second would be dynamic pricing. Third, a validation program. Fourth, the residential parking permit program proposed rate change. And then finally, Sandbridge proposed parking rate change. So the first item is a proposed code revision. In 2021, the Parking Management Office assumed responsibility for the administration of permit programs from the City Treasurer's Office due to the growing complexity of our programs. To address this in the city code sections 21-351 to 354, we would like to recommend the following changes. We recommend removing the CTO from administrative duties in the code, and this was at the city treasurer's request. We would like to define employee to mean those employed by businesses located on the west side of Atlantic Avenue and the east side of Pacific Avenue, from Rudy Loop to 29th Street and along Winston-Salem Ave. These are the boundaries of the RPP. And then finally, we would like to remove some conflicting language that is addressed in the form-based code parking ratio requirements, where hotels are required to have 1 space per room. In the resort, we are recommending a rate structure realignment. Our current rate structure for on-street meters is $2 per hour. Our garages are $2 per hour with a max of $10. Our lots have a flat rate of $7 Monday through Thursday and $10 Friday through Sunday. The last rate adjustments were made in July of 2010 for our flat and max rates, and in 2014 for meter rates. Our residential rate is $3 after 5 p.m. For our proposal, we are recommending to convert our lots to hourly rates for $2 an hour in order to get program consistency. Our reasoning behind this is we feel like if someone wants to come down and park in one of our surface lots, why should they have to pay a flat rate of $7 or $10 when they can pay $2 per hour? We would also like to implement dynamic parking within the resort and establish a range, depending on the season, between $10 to $22. We would adjust those rates based on our peak demand versus our fall and winter demand. The range of rates would be approved by City Council in advance, and then these City Council approved rates would be applied by the City Manager's Office. Our residential rate would remain at $3 after 5 p.m. We would also like to introduce a validation program in the resort. We would like to offer this year-round and in our 3 public garages at 9th, 25th, and 31st. This would replace the on-street Atlantic Avenue fall-winter parking that presents many challenges with our public safety and our holiday lights. It also will incentivize patronage to our local businesses. So if you spend money in a restaurant or a business, you can get 2 hours of free parking. This is just a map of the RPP. And within the RPP, our proposed change rate, I'll give you the current structure first, but the first 2 residential permits are free. The next 2 residential permits are $5 each. Our guest passes are $2 each. Temporary passes are free. And the last time we adjusted these rates was over 15 years ago. Our proposed new rate structure is to just charge flat across the board for our permits of $5 each. Just to give you some examples of localities, cities, counties that have residential parking and what they charge, Norfolk charges $10 a pass and $2 for their temporary passes. Arlington County charges anywhere from $20 to $50. Alexandria, $40 for the first, $50 for the second, and then $150 thereafter. Baltimore charges $20 each. On to Sandbridge. This is just an aerial of the Little Island parking lot, and then our market and municipal lots. Our current rate structure for daily passes for residents is $3, $5 for visitors. Requires a cashier to administer these two separate programs because we have to decipher who is a resident and who is not. This cashiering causes long lines and vehicles waiting on the streets to enter. The peak times can exceed 45 minutes, and the last rate adjustment was in 2014 for the residential rate only. We are proposing an adjustment to offer a single rate of $4. This would continue to operate with the meters and mobile payment options. It reduces our operating costs because we no longer would have to man the parking lots to figure out who's a resident and who is not, and we would just operate with the meters. The automation therefore eliminates those waiting lines, and parkers can conveniently come and go from the parking lots. Again, just providing some comparisons. Virginia State Parks charge $7 to $10 to enter. Carolina Beach charges $20, and Rehoboth anywhere from $15 to $20. So our proposed next steps are that council can consider an ordinance for an amendment to the city's code based on what I mentioned today. And rate changes may be considered during the budget process or as a separate process with a public hearing and resolution adopting those rate changes recommended today. Yes.
Rosemary?
It looks like you're trying to simplify everything, which I think is a good thing.
Yes.
I would be really interested in the residential parking for down at the oceanfront. Instead of starting after 5, just all day. Or to all day be $3. And that might get people to come down and shop in the stores and
Okay, Linwood, this is your recommendation. Any comment?
Oh, I'm fine with it. This has been discussed for a while and brought forward for council's consideration, but it seems like we haven't addressed parking in a long time, so we're trying to bring everything up to.
Great, and thank you for bringing it forward, and
Thank
thank
you.
you for your comment, Rosemary. Barbara?
Well, I do expect some conversation from Sandbridge, especially the residents of Sandbridge. I did have a call from a lady, and she wasn't a resident of Sandbridge, she was elsewhere in the city, that said a number of years ago, there was she got a pass or something that was in the very south end of the beach that over 65, it was free. Parking was for individuals over 65, and she's never paid anything, and she was wondering if we could do something like that at Sandbridge because she likes to go down and watch the sun come up and that kind of thing. Do we still have such a program, and is it in some places?
I'm going to ask Rob Freeze, who's our parking manager, to just address that.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Mr. Dehaney. So yes, we do have that. It is part of the city code that reflects what's called, what we know right now as the 4th Street parking lot at the resort. And so we have it up on, online, telling people where to go, and we've been advertising it. And I think so far we have several hundred people have registered for that. So it's really easy to do. They can call our parking office and we can get them squared away in an instant.
That would be really something that I think a lot of locals would use for Sandbridge, because a lot of folks do like to go down there very early and that kind of thing, and maybe are not staying past the 10 o'clock time in the morning or somewhat. So I would like for us to look at that.
Could I ask,
Thank you.
before Rob
Oh.
leaves, could I ask him?
Sure.
Rob? I'm just, what are the parameters of that? It's over 65, is that my understanding?
Yeah.
That? And what does it entitle you to exactly?
It just gives you free parking. So once you've registered, we know who you are, and, we put you in there and you can just park there for free anytime.
And they're being what I'm confused about is Sandbridge, then you talk about 4th Street too.
No, sir, the code just refers to what is considered the old Rudy Wayside parking, which is basically 4th Street parking lot.
Okay, so Ms. Henley was asking about Sandbridge. That's why I'm trying
I
to
was just
connect
asking
the
if we
two.
could consider that for Little Island. We can look at it if that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, Linwood.
Yeah, Mayor, I'd just like to acknowledge former council member Nancy Parker here, who is a great advocate for her civic league in her neighborhood, and she's attended a lot of meetings with Councilman Tower and I on this parking issue. And the ultimate goal in terms of employee parking is to get sufficient parking inventory at the oceanfront where we can have an actual program that takes it out of the neighborhood. So I'm excited if we adopt this CIP, we may have the funds to finally really tackle parking in the way it should have been done. So thank you so much.
Okay, Guy?
Yeah, I'd like to second that as well as second my introduction of Ms. Parker, who, if there's ever a former councilwoman, needs no introduction, but it's always a pleasure to do that. Welcome.
Barbara?
And I just was going to say, I'm pretty sure the resort area folks in the RAC and various have vetted this pretty well. The TPPC committee and others. I just want to make sure the residents also get a chance to have their say about it, and I'll look forward to hearing that before we take any action on that. Thanks.
Okay, Barbara?
I guess the other question is how we consider this, whether we do it as a separate thing or do it as a part of the budget. I think it would be good to do it as a part of the budget since it is a rate, and we'll be having public hearings anyway, and I think that's a good time for us to also hear this question. My thought, anyway.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
Possible, make it part of the budget discussion?
Yep, duly noted. We'll do all the necessary things we need to do to advertise that and get it out.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all.
Mr. Mayor, Kathy Warren's going to do the next presentation. It's to update City Council on the proposed Global Links landfall easement that will come to council for a vote on the April 19th council meeting.
Well, welcome staying here.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so this will be the second presentation. We'll make this brief. This is, again, as the manager stated, about global links. The disclosure statement, our applicant's name, obviously, Global Links Data Center, LLC. Greg and Diane Twitt are the officers. Affiliated business entity is Landing 888 LLC. Architect is Salamo. And the engineer is Critical Systems. So the proposed build is for 4 subsea conduits to land in Sandbridge. Global Links has obtained a contractual commitment for use of one of the 4 conduits and has 2 additional contractual commitments under negotiation for 2 of the remaining 4. Cables will provide Virginia Beach with a wide range of domestic and international high-speed, low-latency data traffic and opportunities. To house the 4 new cables, Global Links plans to construct 35,000 square foot cable landing station on their property in Corporate Landing at their 11-acre campus. Total cost is projected to be $53 million. The conduit construction will be entirely subterraneous, no open trenching, and the conduits will be installed by horizontal directional drilling, both undersea and under land. And here in this picture, you'll see they will land coming underground just north of the market area in the parking lot. The cable landing fees are $200,000 per cable, payable upon installation of each of the 4 cables within the conduits. This fee is consistent with existing 3 subsea cable landings in Croatan Park. And the public outreach that has occurred is there was a Princess Anne District Forum on March 24th, 2022. Construction is to be completed in Sandbridge in the off-season, November through February. And Global Links is to work with the Sandbridge Beach Civic League, Subsea Cables Committee, and address all residents and business concerns related to this construction. For proposed next steps, we're seeking City Council approval for a landfall easement to include a public hearing and a vote. User will complete plans for installation and obtain all other permits and approvals required for a complete project prior to use of this easement. And with that, we'll take any questions.
Okay, any questions? Guy?
Kathy, could you talk about the cable landing fees? I see that it's consistent with Pendleton, but how did we get to that number to begin with? And did the fee in Pendleton, who was that payable to, and who set that fee?
So my understanding, and Alex, do you know the answers to those questions? We'll have to get you more detail on that if that's okay, but my understanding is the
Okay.
fee comes into the VBDA.
Okay, so, and you think through the Development Authority, both the Pendleton fee and this fee come into the city?
I could be wrong.
Okay.
I need to probably get some more detail for you on that.
I'm just curious about how this fee was set and who set it and who gets the money, all the money, that's all.
I can speak
Yeah.
a little bit on that.
Mr. Dehaney?
Definitely, probably after this, we need to follow up and get some more information on it. But I think the fees come into the VBDA to the city. And I think the price, I'm not sure if it was based off of anything but historic precedent of what the Pendleton fee was. I don't know if there's anything in particular other than that's what they charge Pendleton. For the Pendleton land, it was $200,000.
When was that fee established?
When was Pendleton done?
Probably about 2016, when the first landings.
So around 2016.
Yeah, I don't know what you compare this to, but it's just a number, and I'm trying to get some rationale behind the establishment of what the fee is or ought to be. But is the fee proposal part of the proposal that we would be approving?
Yes,
Okay. All right, well, I'll get some more information.
we'll follow up with
Thank you.
information, sir.
Anyone else? Ms. Henley?
Well, I really appreciate Mr. Twitt coming to the district forum a couple of weeks ago and offering the public some explanation. The unfortunate thing is this is coming at the same time that we have the wind energy facilities. And all of it kind of hit Sandbridge as a big surprise and so forth. And so trying to keep the information separate for the projects is a bit of a challenge. And just as a by the way, the Kitty Hawk will be having a public presentation tomorrow afternoon from 4:30 to 7:30 at Prince Sam Rec. And it's important for people to attend and to know the difference between these. And of course, I guess the big difference is that this is all done as a directional drilling, whereas the other may involve open trenching. That's seems to be one time it is and one time it isn't. But I think all of this has really caused a lot of the confusion, and trying to keep the differences straight for everybody is important because they're pretty entirely different things.
Yes, ma'am.
But I think in looking at what is the difference in the area, I'm assuming that this, to get to corporate landing, will be following the ultimate right-of-way that we would use for NEMO 7B.
That's my understanding, and they're finalizing the path details now.
And so all of the permits will have to be, they will have to get those. And
Yes,
that would
ma'am.
include anything they would have to get from the Fish and Wildlife Service and so forth.
Yes, ma'am.
And so forth, okay. I would like to very much visit the site at Pendleton to see how it was done before. If you could arrange that for me, I'd appreciate it.
We will do that.
I think this thing that's significant for me is that when the first cables went in, we didn't even realize they were going in, and I never got any complaints or anything. I don't know about the rest of you, but I think the fact that it's already been done is the critical thing, and so that's what we need to use as a comparison, so I would like to see that site.
We'll set that
Thank
up.
you.
Thank you. Rosemary?
If nobody else has anything else to say, I was just going to comment that tomorrow morning at 9:30 is the groundbreaking for the fiber ring, where all the cables are going to ultimately connect to give us ultra speed internet to our region, not just the 5 cities, but eventually beyond. So that's at 9:30, and everybody is invited. We can get you the address. It's I think it's at the Global Links. It's at the Global Links property.
I'll double check and we'll make sure you have that information.
But it's going to be at 9:30 tomorrow morning, and all the cities are very excited about this happening tomorrow.
Yeah, and anybody else? You know, and thank you for the presentation, and thank you, Mr. Twitt, for, you know, being with us today. I think what we're standing here is at the, you know, start of some tremendous opportunity. As Rosemary said, tomorrow we're going to have the dedication of the broadband. And now we're going to be talking about high-speed cable, that cable that is the size of a hair, that's 300 times faster. And this is, I feel, the opportunity for companies to come here and really expand into the high-tech areas. And if you take a look at what's going on with offshore wind, you know, electricity is going to be off the grid and a green designation. And I really think that that's going to attract a significant number of high-tech companies. And one thing I can say is that I've been on this council for a number of years, and we all share the vision that when children graduate from high school or college, that they find jobs right here. And I think we're about to embark on a new era in Virginia Beach, you know, with this technology coming here. My goodness, with the offshore wind and, you know, cables coming in and things of that nature. Interest from the Department of Defense, cybersecurity companies, and everything. You know, where this is going to be taking Virginia Beach to the next level. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we're ready, Mr. Duhaney, but make an announcement. The council members Moss and Rouse are running a little late, and they'll be here. But at this point, the torch is lit. Let us begin.
All right, Mr. Mayor, members of council, we're ahead of time, so some of the public safety departments are not here yet at this time, so we're going to have Chief Ed Brazel give off the EMS, kick off with the EMS presentation.
You know, if there's a clicker here, I'll be fine.
He gets off early.
I'm still working on my speech, boss.
Hey.
But
Well, wait a
budget
minute.
time, dress blues.
Oh, Colin can go. Oh, good, I can finish my speech.
And thank you for your presentation, Ed.
You blew it, Colin.
I tell you, that's the kind of presentations we really enjoy.
I will try to be almost as brief.
And thank you, Colin, for your, okay, never mind.
Well, thank you very much. So am I the first presentation?
Are.
I don't know if that's good or bad, but
Yes.
I will not go through a PowerPoint. You all have the materials in your folders already related to my office. I'll simply go through what the changes are from last year. Specifically, it's dealing with body-worn cameras again. Over the course of the last year, we made some significant changes in the way that our processes work with the police department. Prior to the changes that we made, a police officer would be responsible for pushing video to my office, where my attorneys would then get that video and be able to use it in court. It became a frustrating process for the police and for my attorneys and paralegals, simply because the officers would not always remember to push the video to us. We would have to go in and find it. Eventually, we decided that it had to change. What we did was switch that process where my staff actually goes into the police CAD system, identifies all the body camera footage related to a particular case, and then pulls it to my office rather than ask the police officer, who's already spread thin enough, to go ahead and send that information to us. It is more work intensive for my office, but it does work much better. Additionally, the Virginia Beach Police Department rolled out about 350 new body cameras over the course of the last year. But those cameras were mainly on detectives and supervisors, where they don't generate as much footage as a street officer would. So really, all my office needed were 2 legal assistants and 2 body camera clerks in order to deal with these changes. In conversations with the city manager, we agreed that we would split that over a 2-year period. And so my budget has an increase reflecting 1 body camera clerk and 1 legal assistant in order to deal with these changes, and then we'll be doing the same thing next year. So that's the change in my budget, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Colin? Rocky?
Mayor. Colin, I know when you talk about the implementation of the body-worn cameras by VBSO personnel, I'm guessing that's just going to double what you need on that FTE to take care of that, assuming that they come online.
So I think we're really going to have to take a look and see what's generated by VBSO with those body camera footage. If it's deputies that are out on the street assisting the police department, then that may in fact generate more footage for my attorneys to have to go through. If it's simply interactions in the jail that does not result in criminal charges, then that would not have as much of effect. So I think it'd be better for us to just take a wait-and-see approach as to what the impact would be of those cameras. But that is something that we may be talking about again next year.
Thanks, Colin.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, Mr. Jones and then Ms. Henley.
Hi, Colin.
Sir.
I read the part of the budget discussion about the public defender's office. And how's that working out with those, I guess, allowances?
Yes, sir. I think it's been extremely beneficial to the public defender's office. I certainly am not one to speak for them. I'm sure Mr. Bain would be happy to come and address that, but it's my understanding that it's made a significant difference in retention of staff for that office. I imagine there may be a request in the future because the supplement went to attorneys before. I think there may be a request for some sort of supplement towards staff as well. But again, that's something that I think Mr. Bain would be able to address better than I would.
I know you recommended it.
I did, yes, sir. I think it was the only fair approach to take, and I applaud council for the steps that you did take in doing that last year.
Barbara?
That was part of my question, and I'm trying to get it straight in my mind with the constitutional officers and state employees and so forth, what our role is with all of them. Do we supplement your office?
Yes, ma'am, you do.
And we do that just on a regular formula, or do we have, is that something that we consider every year an amount?
Every year, it's up to council what our supplement would be. The council has been very good to my office over the years, and it's a commitment, obviously, that you all have made that you want to have a safe community, and as a result, you recognize that the state does not provide the funding needed in order to provide the services that my office does that the citizens of Virginia Beach have come to expect. I will say this, it's something that we're trying to address on a statewide basis. My office currently, like every Commonwealth's Attorney's office in Virginia, is conducting a time study with the National Center for State Courts that is run by the state's comp board, with the idea being that the state wants to get an accurate view of what exactly each office is doing, services provided to the locality where the state is not picking up those funds. And hopefully this time study will provide us a better picture in seeking funding from the General Assembly for those services that my office provides.
This is certainly a good time for the state to catch up on some of these things that the localities have been picking up. I mean, they're the ones who are flush with cash now, so.
Yes, ma'am.
Good time, and we'll have to follow that through, because I think it's important, because it does make a disparity among localities if some are supplementing, some aren't, and also it's just creates a little bit of uncertainty. The other thing, back to the body-worn cameras, I know that when we started, there were going to be a lot of issues that you needed to work out, and handling it is, part of it, and so forth. I think one of the questions, too, was how long all of this had to be retained, and space issues. Has that worked out?
It has worked out. We've worked out retention with the police department on various videos. Obviously, if it becomes attached to a criminal prosecution, then the Library of Virginia's destruction policies come into play. And some of those videos we will never be able to destroy. They'll be a part of a criminal file and that kind of thing that will have to be maintained forever. Others will be on set schedules for destruction. For videos that do not become part of a criminal prosecution, the police department then has a schedule for destroying those videos as well.
It would kind of be interesting to see just how much the whole body-worn camera process cost. I guess there's somewhere a total, but it's apparently, I guess everybody's still working the bugs out on that. We'll see.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else, Guy?
Thank you, Colin, for your presentation and for all your good work. I just would comment mainly for the public, since the question was raised about the public defender's budget, that Cal's report indicated that most of the money that we allocated for that supplement had been directed at the lowest levels of attorneys, newer and less experienced attorneys in his office, and that and had eliminated much of the disparity at that level, but there was still significant disparity at the higher levels that still was a concern to him and ultimately might be a concern to us as well.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Linwood.
Hello, Colin. Just a question. Employee vacancies are rampant throughout the city. How is your department doing?
We're doing pretty good with hiring. I will say this, we've had one category of job, which is paralegal, that we routinely have had a hard time filling those positions. I'm not sure that it's a lack of interest as much as it is the requirements of the job, which is why my office has expanded to legal assistance. And what my budget request was for was legal assistance, because we seem to be getting far more interest from individuals that do not have a paralegal certificate. But that was just really one job position. We have very great success at this point in filling attorney vacancies and other vacancies in our office. I know that being competitive in the job market is something that council is taking very seriously. And not to wade into your discussions on that, but my body-worn camera clerk that I'm asking for in the budget, the hourly rate for that clerk is $12.50 an hour, where Amazon and Target are paying $15 an hour. So those are the companies that we're going to be competing with to try and get the folks in to deal with a very important aspect of our job, which is getting the body camera footage from the police department to our prosecutors to be able to deal with it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, anyone else? Yes, Barbara?
Just kind of realistically, and this is a general comment for our employees in general, we had a very good presentation at the last planning district meeting from the economist, Mr. Greg, can't say his last name.
Gutenhurst.
But he made the point that, with the increase in salaries that people are having to do, if you're going to have people work for you, it's primarily on the lower level more than the median level. And I think we might as well, just bite the bullet and recognize that we're going to have to work on that level, and $15 an hour seems to be the amount. I think we probably need to keep track of just how many positions we've got citywide that is under that amount, and what it will cost us, because I think we're going to have to get there, whether it's all this year or within the next year or two, but I think we're going to have to recognize that.
Well, that's a great point. Could we get that kind of information, Mr. Duhaney? Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Ms. Wilson?
I just wanted to thank Colin. He has agreed to serve on our Mayor's Commission for Youth Violence that we're going to start meeting this week. So
Great.
thank you for doing that.
Absolutely. I'm happy to help in any way that I can.
And Colin, if I can give you and your entire crew a personal thanks. I think sometimes we forget to recognize when we talk about being the safest city in the country. We talk about police. We talk about the sheriff's department. We talk about EMS. But your department is equally as part of the success that we have. And when the 911 folks come up, I'm going to say that too. When you think about what it takes, what integrated systems it takes to keep a city of 460,000 people safe, I can't thank you enough for the work you do personally. And please convey the council's sincere appreciation for everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. I will, and I know you've each heard me say this to you individually, and I'm happy to say it here. The dedication that this council has shown to my office and the support to my office is what allows us to provide the service to the citizens of Virginia Beach that we do. And so I thank you all for that support very much.
Thank you.
You might get your escalators back, too.
No, let's not push it.
That's right. I don't want to set a standard too high. I'm not sure in my 30-some years that they have ever worked.
Yes.
It's in the budget.
Budget last year, too.
All right, well, thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of council, I asked the Budget Director, Kevin Chatelaire, to add some more context on a couple of items, in particular the defender and how we supplement the constitutional offices. So go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Hey, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. As Colin was just talking about, Colin's office is a constitutional officer. And so that, yes, they are state employees, but at the state level, that's governed differently with constitutional officers that service localities. The state comp board actually provides the locality for reimbursement, but all of the FTEs within the constitutional offices receive a city paycheck. So they're basically on the city payroll system, and the city receives a reimbursement for those. The difference between the constitutional officers and the other court agencies, such as the Public Defender's Office, is that there's no arrangement, there's no requirement of a locality to do anything like that, unlike the constitutional offices where we're required to cover a percentage of the fringe benefits, and we have some of those requirements. That's not necessarily the case with the Public Defender's Office. So that's the reason that the structure of the supplement was set up as an MOU between that state agency and the city. We don't have access to their personnel, their payroll records, or any of that, so we rely on them for that information. They provide an annual report for the MOU that was signed at the direction of City Council last year, and then it goes out in the form of a flat supplement to the attorneys as they determine how to allocate those resources once it goes back. And then next year, should City Council continue forward with the program and the initiative, the $500,000, which equates to about $16,000 per employee or per attorney supplement, as it's programmed in the FY23 budget, then we would go through the process again next year. We would then get an annual report from Cal Bain if he's the public defender next year, or that office, and then we would then provide that to City Council for deliberation and consideration at this point in time in the budget process.
Yes, Mr. Jones.
While we're on the subject of supplements,
Yes, sir.
I read the information about the deputy clerks particularly in the Juvenile Domestic Relations Court
Correct.
and so forth. And some of it was discontinued. Is that?
No, sir. So the background on that was City Council had implemented this initiative back in, I believe, like 2019. Then whenever the pandemic budget occurred, so it took place for 1 year, then the pandemic budget occurred, all salary supplements and all that was removed. And with the adoption of the current year's operating budget, City Council did put that back in place. So they are receiving it in the current year. I believe the current supplement is $1,200 per deputy clerk. And again, that is a court, a true state court. It's part of the city's operating budget because we're required to cover some of the supplies and operating costs.
Did the state then discontinue some of their funding? And something happened where they lost money. What was it?
Not familiar with on the state level, the deputy clerks for the courts losing money. I know that in the current year, they had received an increase and proposed in FY23. The state's proposing to increase it another 5%, but I'm not familiar with them losing anything on the state side.
Losing employees.
Okay. Okay. Barbara?
On this question of constitutional officers and so forth, like I say, I'm kind of trying to get that straight in my mind. Okay, so the state compensation board is factored into all of that and so forth. But they get a city check, so they're, from that standpoint, city. But what about benefits? Is that all a part of the state, or is it the same as ours?
They receive the same benefits as city employees.
Constitutional.
Yes, constitutional officers. And the state reimburses or covers a percentage of that, and I think the state reimburses us like 10%. So, yes, we cover the VRS cost and all those costs associated with those employees' health insurance, and we receive a portion of a reimbursement from the state for that.
Well, holidays used to be an issue. I think maybe we're kind of similar now on what state holidays and what city holidays, but I know there would be holidays that state employees would get that city employees didn't get, and I mean, it's just a confusion for me, and I'd like to really get it straight and for everybody.
If it's okay, Councilwoman Henley, perhaps in a Friday packet, I could provide a quick synopsis of this court or this constitutional and kind of the split in the relationship, city, state, and how those dynamics work, and include that in a future Friday packet. Would that help?
Yes.
Especially as y'all are working through these budget presentations?
And then with constitutional officers, they don't hire through the city's human resources. They have their own hiring practices. Is that correct, by and large?
I believe they do advertise through the city.
Yes and no.
Yeah.
So some of the constitutional officers, they take different varying degrees of services from our HR department. Some of them will go full cradle to grave. Some of them will go just to advertising. Some of them will go through their own processes as they're authorized to do per their statutes. So it varies and depends on what the constitutional officer wants to participate in at the city level.
Well, I think this is going to get to be an issue as we're looking at the whole funding issue and whether we're being comparable in pay. I think it's going to be an issue we really need to kind of clarify for all of us so that we know what we're doing and we're as fair as we can be to all of the employees and as well as the taxpayers. But we also kind of hit this last year with these bonuses that both the state and the city was giving because of the CARES Act and so forth. And it looked like at some point, we were in competition with the state on whether somebody was going to get a bonus or not. It just gets to be confusing. So if you can help us through this, because I think we are going to be considering a lot about, what we're working with all of the employees on this budget, and I think we need to be careful.
I'll
Thank you.
compile as much of that information I can and consolidate it into a future Friday packet for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure, Mr. Jones, this is what you're talking about, and I don't want to get ahead of Chief Judge Hollowell either, but on page 4 of the package, on the J&DR District Court operating budget that we got, there is a schedule that appears that the Juvenile Domestic Relations Court has requested $86,000 for additional supplements to staff and contracted manpower. And it also appears to me that the city manager's recommendation does not include those amounts. It's flat from the previous year. So they're asking for more. So far, the manager has not recommended that amount be given. I'm not sure whether that's what you were referring to or not.
I read that part of it, but there was also, in the information that I read, there was something about the state that had given a supplement too, and that they didn't match it this year or something. And I'm just curious if you could just let us
Yes, sir.
know
I will.
what that was. I may be mistaken, but I believe.
I could be as well. I could not be recalling that, but I will get further clarification and get you a response. Yes, sir.
I'd be remiss if I didn't point out as one additional fact, this also reflected in here, has been a real bleeding of staff in that J&DR court, and the clerks, most of them, I think they've lost 26 people in the last couple of years.
That's reflective of what they're getting paid.
Right, and the tracking indicates at least more than half of those left for better pay.
Okay, Kevin, thank you. And Kevin, I think we got to give you the nickname, the architect. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, so Mr. Mayor, members of council, at this time, we're a little bit more on track. We're going to have our ECCS director, Jada Lee, come and present before council on the budget proposed for our Emergency Communications and Citizen Services Department.
Welcome. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing good, thank you.
Good, good.
Hey, bring the microphone down, Jada.
This is my first one. I'm a little nervous, but I'm good. Is this for me to roll through?
Check it to make sure it works. Yep.
It is. All right, great. So good afternoon, Mayor Dyer and City Council. I would like to start off by saying that Emergency Communications and Citizen Services has had a strong year thus far due to the support and recognition of the critical role that the ECCS staff contributes to city services and to public safety, and that's been noticed by this council. And for that, we're very appreciative. Just to quickly go through our budget presentation, we have a total of 133.75 full-time employees. My .75 employee is an administrative employee who works 3/4 times. Our budget was $682,280. We've met target, so that is what we're most excited about. And then here, these are just our different budget codes from last year to this year and what the changes were from FY22. But I'm sure what most of you want to hear about today is what we've been before this council in the past to talk about, and that's some of our initiatives and our hiring practices. So first thing up, we are looking in the upcoming budget cycle to implement the ECCS, which is the next generation 911 call processing platform. We are moving away from Verizon, who handles our legacy call handling equipment right now, and we're moving to an IP-based phone system. That's going to assist us with better call routing to various jurisdictions around us, and overall better call answer times as well. And then we are also looking for a telephone infrastructure upgrade of our current Vesta phone system. In order for us to move over to the ECCS, we have to upgrade our current phone system. So we have worked closely with IT, and we have requested funding in an IT CIP so that we can complete these tasks by the legislative deadline of July 1st, 2023, meaning that all municipalities in Virginia will move over to the ECCS solution. So we're excited about that and what it's going to bring to the city. And the next things that we've been working on, of course, are our vacancies. So since I've been in this role since June of this past year, we've been collecting data. We've been working with the OPA office. And from that, the data has indicated that our emergency and non-emergency calls for service have increased by about 9%. And because of that, I worked with HR. We reclassified 14 of our public safety emergency telecommunicator positions to public safety emergency call taker positions. What that's going to do is it's going to allow us to have dedicated call takers on the floor for both our day shift and night shift, 5 at a time, so that we can answer calls in a more timely and efficient manner. So we are currently in the hiring process for the PSEC, the call taker position, and we have 4 people right now who are in that hiring pool. So we hope to bring them on in June. And for the bonus program, and to assist us with retention, the council recognized that we had a strong need for a very robust incentive program to assist ECCS in filling our 911 vacancies. And because of this support and funding, ECCS has hired and retained 11 new employees since June of 2021, and we have 100% retention of our current staff. I don't think we've ever been able to come before council to say we've not lost anyone or retained 11. So we do believe that the bonus programs for hiring have greatly helped us to hire, recruit the right people to do this work. This is not an easy job. They work long hours, and they do it with grace. And I'm so proud of my team. We've also had many internal promotion processes to fill vacancies. We've had a lot of internal vacancies that have been on the books for quite some time, as I'm sure you all are aware. So we've promoted some new supervisors. We've promoted some trainers. We've had more trainer interest, so we've brought them into the fold. And that also helps us with our retention because our newer employees can see that there is growth and the availability for growth. So again, I just want to stress that my leadership team and staff, we are so appreciative for everything you all have done for us, and we have seen the positive results because of it. We are going to continue to recruit. As a matter of fact, we just made a job offer yesterday for a brand new recruiter who comes to us from the school system. She comes with a wealth of knowledge in recruitment, so we know she's going to help us to do great things over these next few years. So in closing, I'd just like to say that it is the goal of myself and my leadership team to come back before you next year at budget time and tell you that we're 100% staffed, and that's my goal. So that's what we have.
Great.
For today.
Any
So does
questions?
anybody have any questions?
Rocky.
Director Lee, I just want to say thank you to you and your staff. I hear all the good work you're doing all the time, and you're holding it together, so keep hammering away and doing the work you're doing.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Sabrina?
Hi, good afternoon. Good
Hi,
to
Ms.
see you.
You too.
It's great to hear that your staff is at 100%. I'd also just like to say it's also wonderful to know that your staff is intrinsically motivated.
Yes.
Talking to some of them, one particular person said they've been there for like 37 years, and I said, well, why'd you stay so long? And she just really said it's being there for the person on the other side of the call. And that really, I remember that from even, it was months ago when I went to visit, but I still remember her, and I remember what she said, because that really stuck with me. It wasn't about the pay, it wasn't about what, the hours, and it was just the fact that she was going to be there for the person who needed help, and that was her motivation. And I just want to commend you for your leadership and your team for all that you do, and I'm glad that the programs that you've put in place are making a difference.
They are, and we thank you all for your support. It really does mean a lot to us.
Okay, anyone else? And once again, I'm going to repeat, what I just told the Commonwealth Attorney about what makes a safe city so safe. And I would encourage council members to actually take a tour of the place and see people working under stress. I have trouble with one computer screen, not two or three. And you talk about people that are adept at multitasking, dealing in crisis, showing emotional intelligence, diffusing situations, being a social worker, a counselor, a comforter. The job description really isn't on record that really shows what you all do. But once again, you are so much a vital part of what makes Virginia Beach the safe city that it is. It all starts with you. If somebody calls, and a lot of times it's probably one of the worst situations in their life.
Correct.
And knowing where to direct people, get the right people involved, and getting things expedited. You are truly blessed to have as many professionals as you do. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Jada, before you go, when is Public Safety Telecommunicators Week?
That is going to be the week. It starts on Sunday, the 10th, and it goes through the following Saturday, which would be the 16th. Mayor Dyer is going to come over on Friday to read the proclamation and to present our of the year telecommunicators with their awards. Every year internally, we have a process where peers nominate one another for trainer of the year, supervisor of the year. And so we're really excited to have you come over and share that special time with us. And I was going to say something else, but I can't because it's not been announced yet at the Virginia APCO board. But one of our very own employees here in Virginia Beach has been recognized by the Virginia APCO board to receive one of their of the year awards as well.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're very excited about that.
I love the good news.
Me
This is
too.
good stuff.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, at this time, Chief Brazel is going to come and give an update on the proposed
Ed, you're back.
Again.
Back,
EMS
yes.
budget.
Okay, get that presentation up, great. Good afternoon, members of council, Mayor Dyer, City Manager Dehaney. It's a pleasure to be here again today to talk about your EMS department. Folks regularly stop me and ask me, how do you do it? How can you provide ambulance services with primarily volunteer workforce? And I tell them it's two things. First, you have to have a group of people who are willing to come out and do this without a paycheck, and you have to partner with a city council that wants to invest what's needed into the system to make it work. So thank you for your continued support for EMS and for public safety. I'd just like to talk to you for a few minutes about our proposed budget, and as well as weave in some ongoing trends and kind of where I see things going in the future. As you can see, we've become a big department. Those FTE numbers is everything from assistants to instructors to 10.5 lifeguard FTEs for the Sandbridge lifeguards. We have a large volunteer force. That's the 378. That's the qualified people who are pulling duty on the ambulance today. which represents 76 full-time employees. And they're backed up by big groups of volunteers who are behind the scenes doing support work and also in the training pipeline. Now, our proposed budget is just under $17.5 million. Of that, just under $2 million is for the lifeguard contract at the resort, so that's essentially a pass-through to the contract that we manage. The biggest slice is operations. That's fuel, maintenance, risk management charges, and of course salaries for medics and officers. The next big slice is training. We do all the entry-level training for our volunteers coming in, but then continuing education for the volunteers, EMS, and also for the fire department ALS providers. What's not shown there is the millions of dollars of in-kind time given by the volunteers, and also the millions of dollars a year they spend in capital investment in vehicles and their 3 stations. So it's a huge boon for the taxpayers that's not represented. So moving on to the trends and issues, our call volumes have gone up 15% since 2016. That's driven up by a lot of factors that are really beyond the scope of this presentation, but I can say that as this city grows, our call demands are going to grow. There's just no stopping it. We've briefed you many times before about volunteer trends, and most recently that was my last budget presentation, and also in October we talked about the concept of vacancies. And at that time I talked about it's like a bathtub, that we are always flowing in new volunteers, but the drain is open at the bottom as people move on to other things in life, and you want the flow to be bigger than the drain, obviously. And so while we put a lot of work into recruiting retention over the years, and we're certainly welcome to new ideas. But for now, the volunteerism has been on the decline for about the past decade, just a kind of a steady decline, and COVID then hit us hard. It not only restricted the flow going into the bathtub, but also widened the hole at the bottom. And so while I hoped for some quick turnaround at the end of the pandemic, that hasn't materialized yet. So we've got some work ahead despite the efforts of our volunteer partners and my staff. And of course, you can't have more calls without it impacting service. The fewer crews answering more calls, they're running from call to call to call, crisscrossing the city. This wears on their morale and their health. And response times aside, another indicator of the workload is calls holding. Now, every EMS agency has some amount where they didn't have ambulances available, but for us last year, it was 11% of calls dispatched, there wasn't an ambulance immediately available. That's far above our normal, and it creates a risk that needs immediate attention. So to show things graphically, sorry, I keep laser pointing you there. Yeah. So to show things graphically, the blue bars are call volumes. So you can see them going up. Now 2020 is a blip. It went down because that was the early pandemic when people were afraid to call 911. The yellow, which is declining, that's the ambulance staffing. What's not shown there is as we've lost members, I've moved as many medics as possible from our zone car staffing to shore up that ambulance staffing, which then leads to longer ALS response times and also limits our ability to get into things like critical care response or for mental health crisis response initiatives that are really important. In this chart we show, again, this is now the staffing is in the blue, but this is our response time, and this is really a big thing here. The red line is our priority 1 calls, yellow is priority 2. And we do things differently than many cities. We measure from the time of the 911 call till the time the ambulance gets there. And we measured the 90th percentile, which means how did we do 9 times out of 10? Because that's the most representative for the patient. And it's a strict measure, and it's hard to achieve, but as you can see last year for priority 1, we went over 19 minutes for our 90th percentile for priority 1. And in terms of how we did with our goal, which is 12, we only hit our goal 59% of the time for priority 1 last year. So again, this is a level of service that requires some attention. Now this chart tells multiple stories. I just wanted to show you our workforce. The blue is our volunteers, and the kind of orange-yellow is our career force. And I show this because, yes, you can see a little decline in our volunteers, but we've had a robust volunteer workforce for a long time. And going back to, some of you will recall, 2004 and 2005, when we first added the career staff, we added 32 medics. And since that time, in the 17 years since then, we've only added 16. So basically 1 medic a year on average. And those 16 were added because we added the Thalia station and we're adding the Burton Station facility because we couldn't go to the volunteers, say, hey, we're opening new stations. You might want tomorrow come up with 100 more people. So I show that the final story is that we have had career staff with our volunteers working together successfully for a long time now. So today, we're providing great care and supporting many programs. You know, with these stats, there's things we need to do, but you can be proud of your EMS department and the rescue squads. We're working hard as a city and a department to help the rescue squad succeed, and we're always looking at ways to get them new members faster. And I'm really proud to note that we were an early adopter of the VB Rescue brand. That's the new unified brand put forth by the Virginia Beach Rescue Squad Foundation. Because we believe that unified marketing and public awareness is going to be the key to our success going forward. So I do see great things ahead. So for this budget, though, I have three prongs. One is kind of back-of-house infrastructure. Things like our lifeguard contract has an annual escalation clause of 3%, so we need to fund that. Also, some additional funding for volunteer recognition programs. Secondly is our advanced EMT training program. And advanced EMTs is an interim level above a basic EMT that can do a lot of what a paramedic can do, so it's a force multiplier. But it does require significant infrastructure to offer the class. We've had a lot of interest over the year from our volunteers and from the fire department to offer this program. So it's a standalone project. I'm proud to say that last week we were notified we received provisional accreditation to do this. So as soon as the resources are in place, we're going to hit it. The big one, though, is we've asked for career staff. I'm asking for paramedics and advanced EMTs, a mix. I could argue for an even bigger ask. Many of you will recall I sent a report via the city manager last fall talking about our long-term strategy. But I believe in an incremental approach. I think that an interim addition of these career staff gives us time, buys time to look and see what we can do with recruiting and retention in a post-COVID world. So this is a measured response to see what we can do before we go any further. So since that's a big ask for people, I know it's a sensitive issue, so I do want to address some of the things we did look at beforehand because this has come up. Call demand. Every EMS agency wrestles with call demand, and there is no holy grail to make it go away. There's a lot of programs out there that show promise, such as community paramedicine, but the bottom line is when people tell you about unnecessary calls, that's often in the eye of the beholder. So even if we could put programs in place and cut our call volume by 20%, I still could show you a need for 14 ambulances to meet the rest of the calls, and the best we've ever done is an average of 12, and that was back at about 2013. Contracting for services. There are no local vendors that have idle resources. If we were to go out with an RFP, which would take about a year timeline, go out with an RFP to a private company, they would have to buy ambulances, hire staff, build infrastructure, and we'd have to pay for all that and their profit. So I would dare say that we would better have that money invested into our own community. And the idea of contracting an individual or hiring temps for public safety just really isn't a solution for public safety in our city. We did naturally look at expanding recruitment. We have to do that. We must expand recruiting. It's just something we can't count on immediately. I think there's opportunities, but looking at the difficulties in finding full-time and part-time employees in the city and in the economy, the idea of just an overnight expansion of an uncompensated workforce is just not realistic. But I think there are opportunities, and EMS and our volunteer partners are committed to recruiting for the long term. So to conclude, I've asked you before, or told you before, about the need for some bold moves. We need to act to sustain service and our rescue squads. But I'm not reinventing the wheel here. Some of you were on council when we faced this challenge before. We had declining numbers, increasing calls, increasing response times, and some problems with public confidence. And so what we did with the city, council, everybody got together, and we added those medics in 2004 and 2005. Sure, there were some anxieties and there were some bumps, but it worked. Very quickly, we restored confidence, restored service, and the volunteers thrived. The volunteers thrived under that, and they did that in a major part because there was a major shift at that time to put more into recruiting, and we got to our highest staffing ever in 2013 without adding, as I've shown you, without adding any more career staff. So why did things turn around? it's all about staffing. If there's one thing you take away from me today, is staffing drives retention. Having plenty of crews on the street, it helps morale, it helps with fatigue, it makes it manageable, makes it enjoyable for our volunteers and, quite frankly, for our career staff. We've seen it before, and I hope to see it again. So, as I noted, this is an interim approach with the career staff, and I really look forward to seeing what the rescue squads and the foundation can do to energize recruiting. And we'll adapt our plans accordingly based on how that works out. So, in conclusion, once again, thank you for all your support on behalf of all the men and women of Beach Rescue and Beach EMS.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Rocky?
Chief, thank you for the work you're doing, and this is certainly a big issue that affects all public safety because when fire and police are on scene, they're waiting on rescue to get there, and they could be tied up. So it's certainly something that we need to get a handle on. Now, I'll go back to slide 10, where it says contract for services. Is there a cost advantage to using that, to doing contracting?
I've not found one, no, sir. I mean, again, the startup cost would be extreme because you'd have to buy their equipment, or they'd have to buy the equipment, we'd have to pay them for it. So, and then again, they're all for-profit companies, so it'd be expensive. And if I could point out, you mentioned police and fire waiting. That's the one thing that in that time, those long response times, we have a great network with first response, with police and the fire department. So people are getting great care, but it requires everybody together.
Working together. So if you added more career folks, what do you think it'll do to your volunteerism? Is it going to help, hurt, or what?
I think it's going to help because it's going to put more ambulance on the street. People are asking for relief. We just to be able to get a pace where they can get a meal, some downtime between calls. It's gonna be a win, and we've proven it before.
Yeah. Well, Chief, thank you for your folks and all the work they're doing, and like I told Director Lee, keep hammering away. Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ed, I just wanted to, Barbara.
Just a comment, our folks tend to overlook the savings that this department provides. Nobody gets a bill.
No, ma'am.
Nobody has ever gotten a bill for an ambulance call in Virginia Beach. And that's steep for people who have to pay that. And what you all provide, and I think we, the citizens, take it for granted and just really don't appreciate enough what this service saves individuals in cost. And I'm sure y'all have calculated how much, if you charge for each call, it would generate. We don't want to go there. But I think our volunteers and this department just deserve so much thanks from all of our citizens for providing this service. You don't have to sit around and say, I can't afford to call because I can't pay that. I mean, people can call and they're going to get the same service that everybody gets, and that's worth a whole lot. We thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? And Ed, let me just say, in a prior lifetime, I used to be a hospital administrator up in New Jersey, and one of the biggest wake-up calls I ever had was you found out that when you call an ambulance, even after the patient is stabilized, transported, and admitted, there's a tremendous amount of restocking, cleanup, and especially during the COVID, that you may have an ambulance out of service for, dare I say, a couple hours sometimes?
Yes, sir. Turnaround times are a big factor in availability.
Yeah. So, but once again, I think it bolsters the argument, to do something. But I don't think, people just not pick up, deliver, and on to the next one. It's not a mass unit, and, God bless you. Rosemary, and then Guy.
With what Barbara was saying, most of y'all know that I'm a realtor, and I had a closing one time. It was with one of our sister cities, and I'm not going to name which one it was, but it got held up because there was a lien on the property because the wife had died, and the ambulance had come to pick the wife up, and it hadn't gotten paid, and they put a lien on the property. So it did get paid. It did get closed, but that would not happen. It's kind of sad to think about, isn't it? And that wouldn't happen here.
Guy?
Thank you for all the work you guys are doing. I think everybody in Virginia Beach that's aware of it anyway, and that's most people I know now, deeply appreciate how lucky we are to have the services that we do have and the cost benefit. I received, and I assume other members of council received, a letter from Ms. Miaris this week. And I'm just wondering if, have you seen the letter that we got from her?
I've seen some correspondence. I'm not sure it's
Okay,
the same one.
well, it's unfair for me to ask you to comment on it if you haven't seen it, but I would like to have your comments on it once you've seen it and have a chance to absorb it. I'm not sure I understand all of it, and maybe some comments from you would help clarify that.
I think I probably have seen it, but I'm not for sure. There's a lot of concern anytime we add career staff into a system. What's the impact of the volunteers? What's the message we're sending the community? And so I respect that concern and that viewpoint. It's my role to minimize that and to find ways to maximize the use of the volunteers to the greatest extent possible. And I believe that's what this budget does. I think there's some other ideas that they've got that maybe we can work into this midstream that can make it an even better plan.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Go ahead, Sabrina.
Good afternoon, Chief Brazo. Thank you for your outstanding leadership as well as your staff. There's a question that I'm just pondering while I'm sitting here, and I appreciate what you said about the incremental approach and looking for volunteers. And I'm just wondering, I know that things have changed and the volunteer, they haven't decreased substantially, but there has been a decrease. And just with the pandemic, I'm wondering, what are your thoughts? Do you think that approach will be widely successful? And if not, what would be, I guess, the alternative for that?
Well, I'm optimistic that we're going to see some growth. Will it be way out there off the chart beyond 2013 growth? I don't know. I think we've got to be smarter about how we're targeting folks now, that there's a different motivations for people to volunteer. I think we do have to get people over any of the fears they have about working in a COVID environment. Really over the past couple of years, we haven't put really, I hate to say expert, but really we're talking, there's talk about bringing in some heavy consultants to really look at this. And the brand, I think, to Mr. Tower's comment, I appreciate that most people that's volunteer. I think there's a lot of people in this community that our transient part of our community doesn't know. And so by switching to this notion of VB Rescue, that it's its whole group, and we'll all have it on our apparatus in some fashion, that people will see this unified system. So I'm encouraged of what fruit that will bear. But to answer your question, if we can't bring in the numbers, then we will have to look at other alternatives. And I'm committed to looking at all that beyond just coming back here and saying more people, more people, more people. There's many pathways that we can take in addition to the people.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barbara. Okay. Anybody else? Once again, thanks for being part of the team that makes Virginia Beach safe.
Yes, sir. Happy to.
Thank you.
All right. Mayor, members of council, at this time, our fire chief, Chief Hutchinson, is going to give an update on the proposal for the fire department's budget.
Afternoon,
But
everyone.
you're not wearing the fancy jacket like the
No,
EMS.
I know, we
guy.
didn't coordinate. I don't think the police chief did either, so I'm good there. We're lucky. I'd like to say I'm a rose between two thorns between the two of them, but Jada was here first, so she's the rose. I'm just another thorn. Anyway, obviously, great to be here. I love getting to talk to y'all, especially about our department. I know how we all feel about it, and we all appreciate the support. So I'm going to go through I'm going to stick on this one for a second and talk about a couple things, and then go through it, and I'm going to get you some time back, I promise you. So for me, the biggest thing is Jen Whitley, our budget manager, and I were talking, and she's like, you like to have a theme, and this year for me is going to be kind of like the all hazards. That's That's what your fire department is. First and foremost, we ran over 46,000 fire and EMS calls. And those include everything from accidents, injuries, and anything in between. We had 300 structural fires. That's the one that a lot of people don't realize. We have almost a structural fire in the city a day. You may not hear about it. It doesn't have to be large, but it can be, and some of them are. And then 100 of them were actually working fires, where the ones that y'all would probably see on the news. We also had commercial vehicle fires, and if you saw the one on Northampton, the tractor trailer pulling the hay, we had hay all strewn. They were going to the Eastern Shore, and it was burning, basically from Diamond Springs to Independence and everything in between. We ended up with 2 engines and a ladder having to put it out. It was so condensed, and get a loader from the Public Works to help us pull it apart and get it put out. So it's a lot of different parts for us, as always. Then from that, give a shout out to, we have our investigators who come and figure out, which we haven't done that yet. Probably a cigarette is what that's going to come back with, is what caught that tractor trailer on fire. But you got the investigators that come to any of the scenes. We can't figure the fires. Then you've got your inspections, which a lot of you that are business owners know that what we have. They're coming in to make sure the life safety issues and the like are taken care of. So it's kind of all together. And then we do life safety. It used to be just for the children, and we're really happy to say that we're now back in the schools, and it's a PE program, whereas instead of an auditorium, they're actually working live with the kids, going through motions and stuff. So they're learning didactically, I guess is the right word, at the same time. So that's been very positive. But they're also working with the elderly during the summer when there's no school, so their life safety is growing, because that's our 2 most at-risk population, is the young and then the older folks. So they're working with them, so I'm very happy about it. And as y'all know from the vaccination clinic, we were part of the backbone for that. We had over 50 of us committed each day, from the deputy chiefs down to our recruits. Were given inoculations, and Chief Valdez, that's in the room, was in charge of logistics, the logistics chief, and we just had lots of different parts in that. So I'm just trying to point out, and one that you may not know is that we have a very robust Marine team now, and the Fireboat 12 is going out about once a month, once every 60 days, out about 25 miles offshore, and meeting these cruise ships. And we met a cargo vessel the other day, and we're assisting the Coast Guard. If they can't lift them off, we're sending the Marine team plus the technical rescue team out, which is about 13 of them, out on this, and they're having to rig systems because they pull up to the scuttle hatch on the side, and the ship's not stopping, so they're running 15, 20 knots, and they're putting our boat, 36, 40-foot boat, up beside this thing, and we have to load the patient over into our boat and then bring them back. So that's just something else I wasn't sure that y'all may not have known about. So and then high water vehicles, obviously, that we use down in the county all the time, and we're the transportation group for anything that happens from the EOC when we have to get the dispatchers and the magistrates in. So we're involved in a myriad of things, and that's why I like to think of it as all hazards. And especially, in the end, is we do everything from fighting fire to delivering babies and everything in between. And we have a great relationship, as Chief Brazel said, with our EMS partners and our police partners. So it's a great system, and obviously Jada and them starting the whole process off. I really believe in our system, and I love it. So one thing I also wanted to let you know is that there's a count every year for the busiest engines in the country. And in the top 50, when you make the top 50, you're talking about LA County, Detroit, Houston. But we have 3 engines in the top 50 now. So just to give you an idea, we are a metro department. We're running a lot of calls. You start approaching 4,000 calls per engine. That's a lot of runs. So that's where we are. And some of us like to play and have mentioned that sometimes our guys get to sleep at night. And I just wanted to point out that because of performance stat, we've loved what the manager's doing with that, and we like being involved. We ran some numbers, and we average 4 to 5 calls for every company above the green line. Not down in the county, but above the green line, we have 4 or 5 calls a night those folks are running. So they're busy. And then below the green line, your Sandbridge and the other two down there, you got to have the senior folks because when something goes wrong, they're down there by themselves for a while. So that's why they're there. Now, they're not getting up 3 or 4 times a night. That'd be wrong. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of share that with you to kind of say, I'm very proud of us and what we do, and that we're here for you in any aspect. These are the ones that I think are kind of boring. This is the 92% of our salary, is the budget, and that's what it is, and this is the breakdown of it. There's our people broken down. As you see, 90% of it is in operations. That's what we are. I would like to say that we're, I believe, one of the largest departments you have that's operations with the smallest administrative staff. So we do try to do the most we can, as always, and that's really a throwback all the way to Chief Dazell, to be quite honest. Just another way to break it down. This one I wanted to hit on a little bit. It's a little hard to see, but that's our trend line, and as everybody's been saying and Ed was saying, as far as the numbers, if you look back in 2011, we had over 1,500 applications. The last hiring process, we had 600. So no less trying. We're doing all the meet and greets, going to the high schools, we're going to the colleges, we've been to TAPS, the transition program out of the military. We've done everything that we can think of. The Pride event in Norfolk, we're doing all that we can trying to recruit, but the numbers are what they are. So we're doing all that we can. And for us, recruitment it's a mixed bag. We're having hard people getting them in the house, if you will, getting them to come with us. But then also we are having some start to leave, and it's 40% over the last couple of years have been leaving because of pay and benefits. And it's usually either pay and benefits or they're from Michigan and, they get a divorce or something happens and they go back to their family, or they have a baby and they don't have anybody here. But that's the two main reasons for us. So that crossover line is occurring for us now. We had not had that problem in the past. Then if you look, that's what I was saying about losing the seasoned employees. It's starting to happen. Not at a large number. It's not alarming, but that is what they're giving as their reason for leaving. Then, as Chief Brazel was kind of stating with the ambulances, we are having to do mandatory overtime because we are one of the only departments that has a mandatory number of butts and seats, if you will. We have to have the engines. They have to be staffed, the ladders and everything else. So we don't always send everybody home the next morning. It is a mandatory holdover. It does happen. So that has increased over the last couple of years because of the number of applicants has gone down, and trying to run the rookie schools, it's a hard number to get out of. I think we'll get there, but it's going to take an extra school or two to make it happen. And then I do need to let you know that with Burton Station, we were hiring for the engine, because it's going to hopefully open in July, which is fantastic, right? That's tip of the hat to you, sir. Is that that's fantastic, but we will be staffing it some with mandatory holdovers because we will not have enough folks because of the rookie school has not sustained. We didn't have enough numbers to hire, and given HR credit, they let us overhire. But then when we lose the folks that just don't make it through the process, the numbers are going to be down. It's not going to be all. I'm not trying to say it's horrible, but it could happen that we have some mandatory overtime to keep that station open. The ladder's not coming in yet. They take 18 months to 2 years to get built. So hopefully by the time we have the next rookie school, we'll be able to open the ladder on time with the right amount of folks in the building. So not trying to make it gloom and doom. That's just reality, as we're all seeing. And I know it's across the city. So. And then, obviously, with the STEP plan, as Chief Newdigate and others have said in the past, anything that we'll take anything that you can put forth for us to help with that bottom line so that we can get our lower folks paid a little better. That would be appreciated for us, and I think it would help us with our recruitment and retention. So then, next is what we actually are getting from this budget is we're getting an aid for our 5th battalion. It's our busiest battalion, And so we're going to get an aide. It's really a driver so that when we're running on those calls, and that battalion averages over 4 calls a shift, they'll have somebody that can be watching the road as they're doing the computer and, doing roll call and all that. But they have a myriad of other jobs that they can do that I won't bore you with, but they'll be busy. And we hope to improve. This is actually what we asked for this year was the 4-person staffing. It's 11 apparatus, they're still at 3. The manager and the Deputy Chief Kravitz have worked together. We did put in for a SAFER grant. We won't know if we'll get it, but it'll be 12 folks we're asking for. We have gotten a SAFER grant in the past, which gives us a check mark to maybe get another one. So that's helpful. So we'll see how that goes. And then the planning and analysis manager and the research and planning GIS analyst to help with the performance stat and doing all the stuff that we're moving into at the new age, looking at metrics. And it's those are what we're asking for next year. And we do appreciate everything. So that's it.
Okay, any questions? Linwood?
Chief, thank you so much. So you have some difficulties with staffing,
Yes, sir.
and I'm more familiar with the police department's issues, but I want to learn more about yours. When you're recruiting, is it mostly in the region, and are we kind of taken from other cities, and is that what's occurring? And are you looking at going national, and are you saying that a step plan would help you recruit nationally? Is that what you're saying?
I'll just say yes to all that, sir. That would be really good. Yes.
Boy, talk about softball.
I would say this, that we are definitely recruiting. We've been recruiting nationally for a long time. I would say with the step plan, this has been a pet peeve, and my folks will tell you, is that a lot of times we'll get those folks from Michigan and other places, and they come in and they get our high level of training, and they get it, and they stay for 3 or 4 years. But that comes back to, and I say this, been asked, is that the plan is the money is not keeping them here. They'll go back to Michigan. They'll go back to LA. We've had it happen 10 times over the last 3 years. And that's what it is. So I do believe, I don't know where that threshold is, as to where that number needs to be so that it would make it worth it for them to stay. But that would I think the step plan would certainly help us.
And how many unfilled vacancies do you have right now?
Oh, thanks for asking me that. I was remiss in not saying that. It's a numbers game for us with the way the recruit school works and everything else. We're at full on 30. It's really more like 45. And by the time this recruit school gets out, we will be back at 30. So that's why we're hoping. We are running a recruit process right now, and we're hoping that we'll get a little higher number of recruits. And we have. This group is a little bigger than the chart for this year. Hopefully it'll give us a few more numbers so that we can run back-to-back recruit schools. We won't catch up this year, but maybe by next year we will have enough so that we can get back to full staffing.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Well, Chief, there's something to be said about running a department that has 100% satisfaction survey.
Yeah,
Can't you do any better?
Yeah. I can. One thing, I need to thank the budget with Katie and Michael for all the help and working with us. I don't want to forget them. They're rock stars.
No, I tell you what, that is outstanding stuff. And, back when I was a rookie councilman in 2004, there was a guy by the name of Harry Dizell took me under his wing. Part of being under Harry's wing was being taken to the woodshed, but I understand quite a few people wound up there, too.
Yes.
But the one thing Harry really drove into me that I think is really a concern as we're an aging city, not only in terms of infrastructure, but people, like myself, children of the 50s, the baby boomers going into older age. And the thing is, you have the over 50 facilities where people live in a congregate, and they may walk in, or they may walk in with a cane or something, but a couple of years later, they're on a walker, they're in a wheelchair, and they do have a lot of fire events. People leaving their stoves on, cigarettes. My mom lived in a place like this where the fire department was there routinely for a number of reasons. And what Harry drove into me is that, fires grow quickly. But when you grow up or a place where you have elderly folks that need evacuation rescue becomes the primary thing, and then you fight the fire later. So, but once again, and as we age as a city, is this, it's a rhetorical question, is it still a problem?
Oh, yes, sir. It compounds. That's a high level. Like I said, it's the young and the elderly. That's the two that we worry about the most. That's for sure with the fires. And anytime you have a assisted facility or anything of that nature at all, that compounds our problems. It usually causes for almost immediate a second alarm to get a whole nother complement of folks there just to help with, just like you said, the rescue. It's an enormous problem, tactical problem.
Thank you. Barbara?
Just in thinking about all that you were talking about, the whole training element
Yes, ma'am.
is just so critical. I mean, in thinking about Virginia Beach being such a very large area and so diverse, what you have to train people for
Yes, ma'am.
for each part of the city is,
Yeah.
I mean, they've got to know what to do in a grain elevator or in a high-rise building, and
Yeah, it's very
It's-
astute of you. Yes, ma'am. I would love to have y'all down there. Just the other day, we had the Central Business District kids down there, and we had Chesapeake, because we're a regional burn building, we had Chesapeake burning. We had the recruit school going on. We had the kids that we brought, and then we had the active shooter policy, for lack of a better word. All the departments were together there, working on the policy, and then we had the police, I think, were there planning their SWAT team to use the tower. So it's just unbelievable. We're expanding, and that's part of the ATL funds that we get. We're expanding. I didn't go into that, but we're expanding the building right now just to get some more room and to take the recruits and have them their own section so that we can have the rest of the building to do more training, just because so much is going on down there all the time.
well, it's really, I mean, because I guess your department is called the fire department, but that's just a little part of it.
Yes,
You're more
ma'am.
rescue, or if you don't know who else to call, you call the fire department, because they're going to have to figure out something.
Yeah.
And I think when you think of how diverse our city is, and these folks have to be trained, you were talking about the offshore
Yes.
things with the.
Who would have thought?
You've got Back Bay Rescue, you've
Yep.
got
Yeah.
just a little
Well,
bit of
we're
everything.
constantly, at least a couple of times a year, we're in the marsh trying to find somebody. That's where the drone program is really helping us out too.
Marsh fires another day.
Yes,
okay, but we
yes,
gotta deal
ma'am.
with
Sorry.
that.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
got some ideas.
Okay. All right.
Well, it's just a tremendous department, and
Yeah.
can't thank you enough.
Thank you.
And
Rocky?
speaking of training, send our best to Deputy Chief Pravitz on his
Yep.
appointment to this training he's going to.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. We're very happy about that. And Chief Valdez has already been through the program, so we're
School him up.
we're very happy about that. And Chief Cooper's been to the Harvard one, so we got some educated folks around here. How'd you say it when you came up here that day about your summa cum laude or whatever? That was pretty funny.
Michael?
Hi, Chief. How
Hey.
are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
I just want to say, I have a question for you, but before I ask it, this is my first question during this series of budget briefings. And one of the greatest privileges that I've had since I've joined the council is having a chance to get to know the men and women who serve our city in the public safety departments. The ones that we've heard from today, the ones we will hear from today, they're extraordinary people who run toward danger, and Virginia Beach is a community that values them and respects them. And I'm really privileged to have an opportunity to be a part of that. And I'm definitely counted among those who respect and appreciate the service that all public safety professionals in Virginia Beach provide to our city. So having said that, could you explain in a little bit greater detail how important it is to have 4 rather than 3 firefighters on a truck, and just expound on that a little further?
Yes, absolutely. The biggest reason is that when you add the 4th person, you reduce the workload the way we can do it 33% more efficiently. It is well known that when you have an emergency response force where you get the numbers on the scene that you have to have in under the 16 minutes, that the livability, the save profile, if you will, I'm sorry, I lost the word there, but as far as rescue and the person that is in danger goes way up. And the survivability profile for us as well of having something catastrophic. And what it can also do, and Kevin appreciates this, is that we can bring one less engine. You know what I mean? So you don't have to bring as many because your response force is greater if all the rigs are coming with 4-person staffing on them, right? So then you can have the other one that's still in reserve so that, like, let's talk about 18 and 19. That's the Green Run section there. Is that it's routine for those 2 stations to be running back and forth into each other's zones because of the double calls, because of our density. You know, that's where a large part of it is. So if you have that number, it's not theoretical, it would happen, is that you could end up where you don't need both of them on a call. Let's say it's north of 18 in the plaza and 16 in your area, you know, is then you may not need 19 to come with it. So then 19 can help cover 18's area if they're on a call. So that's one of the biggest things that we don't think about is being there for the next one.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And that's the type of investment that not only protects your colleagues and the people who serve our city, but also helps to make our city one of the safest in the country.
And if I could, and I'm sorry I'm going over here a little bit, but it also helps in the other aspects of, like, when we had to do the mucking and gutting in Plaza, we have the people to do that. You can pull extra folks off and do other jobs. You can run high water vehicles. You can have somebody driving the high water vehicle and driving the engine, so that you don't put the engine into something where you're going to go over top and blow the motor or whatever. You can use that way, or you can have a boat. You know, you can do all kinds of things that you can't do when you have 3.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? If I can make one final comment, I guess we're all a fan at this dais of public safety. And, yeah, it's amazing, just for you take a look at your training facilities, second to none. And let's also mention FEMA, that our FEMA teams have made responses to some of the most catastrophic events in our country, the Pentagon and building collapses and everything. And a lot of the training that goes on right there. Let me ask you, what does a ladder truck cost?
1.3, 1.4 million.
Yeah.
I had to ask Chief Cooper that. He's the guy that does that part.
And I'm just going to say, this, and, one of the cool things I get to do as mayor with police and fire, I get to go to the graduations. And it's amazing. I think there was a thing. You never know when you get a call as a fireman or a police what's going to be on the other side of the call. And you got to be ready for it. Multiple scenarios, crises, and everything. And one of the coolest things I personally get to do, and hopefully other people will enjoy this one day, go to a graduation for a fire or policeman, and then a couple years ago, you get to go to a heroes recognition function and see one of those recruits be acknowledged for saving lives. You're recently pulling a kid out of a burning trailer and stuff like that.
Yep.
I tell you what, we are a city of heroes, and you guys make it that way. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Mayor, members of council, at this time, Police Chief Newdigate's going to give a presentation on the proposed police department budget.
Greetings.
Greetings, Mayor, members of council, Mr. Manager. Thank you for the opportunity to talk a little bit about the police department today. Just going to get right into it because I know I think Hutch used some of my time as well as his, so.
We're still 15
Just turned
minutes.
around.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got the timeline right here. We're good.
No secrets that operations under the great command of Deputy Chief Adams takes the largest part of our operating budget. When we take a look at the next slide, just if anyone's curious, we did rearrange some internal staffing. So we have moved some of those resources that were in uniform patrol to administration to help balance the workload among the 4 deputy chiefs. So I wanted to talk about department goals. I think council's heard me discuss many of these. One of the things that arose out of the Lynn Haven Mall incident that I think we all remember from a while back was a pledge to the community that we would have an outside independent assessment of some of our high liability general orders. Unfortunately, we still have not had that occur, It took a while for it to work through the RFP process, and on the first go-round, we did not have a suitable vendor that applied. So once again, it's went through the process. Deputy Chief Adams is overseeing that, and I believe we are once again down to 3 vendors. I know at least one of them is suitable if they would rise to the top. So hopefully that will be something that we will get accomplished for this community, for this body, for the police department during this calendar year. We talked about an outside assessment of staffing needs, and talking to staff, it's something that we're not aware of ever having been completed for your police department, not in any recent time. So I had a great call. We have a vendor, Matrix Consulting has been selected. I had a call with them this morning. Seems like a very professional team that's going to come in, give us that true outside independent assessment of where we are as an organization, to see if there's room for improvement, for effectiveness and efficiency. And I think they have promised that they'll have something for us to review by the end of the year. And development of a discipline matrix. This is something that I think is sorely needed. I know I've had conversations with Mr. Luciano and the PBA and the different groups. Right now, we're kind of all over the place when we discipline our folks. Sometimes it's folks trying to remember what someone did in alike and similar circumstances if we sustained 2 and 3 years ago. What I really want to do is bring that forth, that we have a defined disciplinary matrix with a set of rules and standards that is built on progressive discipline, so that when our folks violate our general orders or our field guides, they're not guessing. Is this something that I'm going to get a slap on the wrist? Is it suspension? Is it demotion? Could it be termination? Sometimes our folks don't know. Sometimes we don't know, and we have to put our heads together collectively. So I think we are doing our officers a disservice. And now that we have restructured internally and we have a planning and research bureau and not just centered solely around accreditation, this is something that they are working on and that they have made this a top priority. And it's my hope that we will have input from this body, we'll have input from the different associations as we bring this forth for consideration. Last and not least, for those department goals, is really taking a look at our off-duty employment. If you hear it, I am not against off-duty employment. Matter of fact, it is something that we absolutely have to have because we do not have enough officers to do the things that we need to do in the community. So I am not opposed to our constituents or your constituents and our establishments hiring our off-duty officers, but I think we have to put some controls around them. Right now, I cannot tell you how many officers are wearing this uniform with our power and authority and are out there working in the community right now. I think we can all agree that that's not where we need to be. We need to put some controls around it. One of the things that we have that I've seen is those off-duty details are using our equipment, our vehicles, the wear and tear, and we're not charging those people that are employing our officers for that wear and tear. So there's a number of things that we need to do to really take a look at off-duty employment and make sure that we're adhering to best practices and reducing liability for the city. Technology. This council has been very, very gracious in allocating funding, and I know Peter Wallace and his team are in the back. We had a great Zoom call yesterday. I can't sing their praises enough that they are really helping move this police department forward in terms of technology. So one of the things that we are quickly moving to implement will be the license plate reader technology. I think that is a critical part of any violence reduction strategy. I know there's been some concerns about how we're going to deploy that. Mr. Stiles' team has just given me a legally validated governance policy that they believe will satisfy this council and the community. That will be coming to the manager shortly so that he can get it before this body for review. E-ticketing is going to happen. I know that you probably heard it for years and years, but we have a contract in hand, and it will happen sometime before the end of the year so that our folks can maximize their time and not handwrite citations. The Chorus intelligence software is still something that we are working with Chorus, who has now relocated their North American headquarters to Virginia Beach. It's definitely going to help our detectives become better. Instead of going to all those separate disparate data sets to search for information, it'll bring it all under one cloud-based umbrella. Instead of having to go to 8 different places when they're doing an investigation, it's a one-stop shop for us. Axon Fleet mobile video recorders. So I think since I presented last budget presentation, we're all aware that we now have body-worn cameras for all sworn individuals. The second phase of that was putting mobile video recorders in all of our marked police cars. So out of 250 cars, we're about halfway done. It's about 125 cars. And you may ask, why do you need body cameras and mobile video recorders? I'm going to give you a prime example. Before I came over here today, I was reviewing a number of internal complaints. And we had a complaint on a young officer that a young lady said touched her inappropriately on an arrest. The body-worn cameras were able to refute that from a number of officers, that one, it didn't happen. But while she was sitting in the back of that police car with the police camera in the car capturing all that, you could hear her intent as she said, I'm going to mess with this officer, I'm going to screw his life up, I'm going to make this spurious complaint against him. So can you imagine, to the satisfaction of the officer, not only is he cleared from the body cam, but now we know the intent behind the false allegation because it's captured by the mobile video recorder. So not only does it protect our officers, it protects this community, and it helps us build cases for those individuals that are engaged in criminal conduct. I spoke about Axon, still very, very much in the early development, but we were getting very, very close to having something in hand by the end of the year that will replace our 25-year-old records management system. I think council is aware that we are still doing, in many cases, handwritten reports. And those handwritten reports then have to go through a series of checks and balances before they're actually entered and they become actionable data. And we are struggling, as I presented to council at the end of the year, with property crimes. And one of that struggle is the fact that much of that data is stale. It's at least 7 days old before we're getting it, and we're seeing those clusters where we need to deploy our officers on hotspots. That will solve it. We're just not there yet. Mobile data computer replacement is on the way. We're going to give the men and women of this fine department brand new computers in the cars, which will allow them to do that in-car instantaneous field reporting. They will have the opportunity to take those MDCs out of the car, use them as a tablet, so if they're responding into your residence to complete an offense report, your car was broken into or stolen, and now they're going to walk in and sit down at the kitchen table with you and talk through it. They can do it right there and not have to sit in their vehicle. And this council was extremely gracious when I came before you last year and pleaded my case for technology, that you have provided the funding for the hardware, the software, the infrastructure for the police real-time crime center that will be in the new police headquarters. Unfortunately, the timeline on that one, and I believe the manager's spoken to due to a lot of the supply chain issues, that we're now looking at July of 2023. But one of the things that we do need from council so that we are ready to turnkey is the personnel. So most of my request was for personnel and not actual hardware, software, and financial needs. So I've asked for 17 additional bodies, and the manager has been very gracious, realizing that on average, we have 72 full-time FTE vacancies for sworn staff at any given time. Unfortunately, that number as I stand here today is at 91. So he has allowed me to go ahead and reclassify those positions that I urgently need right now, to take those from our sworn vacancies. And the only thing that I would ask and that I would plead is that I'm not saying that I don't need all 803. I do believe, like I've mentioned, that I need more than 803 to do everything that you in this community expect. But I think this is a great compromise to get us started. And if we can ever get to what we believe to be full staffing, that we'd look to increase that authorized complement back up to at least 803 where we are, and then maybe beyond if I bring a compelling argument, which I think I can. And then what I would like to do is just briefly, for this body, go over what those 17 positions are. 11 of those will be for that real-time crime center, which will be that 24/7 operational component for the police department and the city that will monitor our city camera network. It's going to monitor our shot spotter that we have in 2 locations. It's going to monitor our license plate readers, something that is very pertinent to what we have going on this weekend that we'll discuss later this afternoon is our social media monitoring, our social network analysis. It will be our crime analysts will be built in there, and then help with our National Integrated Ballistic Information Network. All those guns that our officers are recovering are getting tested. They're getting linked to other crimes, many from other municipalities that surround us, but it takes someone to build that investigative profile and pull all that contextual information. And we really don't want detectives doing that when they should be doing police work. So that's why we need civilian staff to really help us in that real-time crime center. They will need a supervisor, and we're also asking for the equivalent of a civilian lieutenant to oversee that entire function, so I can keep cops that wear badges and guns on the street doing things cops need to do, and that we hire qualified people behind the scenes with our tremendous professional support staff to support the functions that we need. We're also asking for a replacement for the City Hall sergeant that we have implemented with Sergeant Philippone over here now to help oversee the security functions for this building and the new City Hall. His position had to come from an operational command that we have, and we do need to backfill that one. One of the things that we have asked for is to civilianize the lieutenant that oversees our services unit. So services is doing all the paperwork, the records entry. It really can be, and the best practice across the country is that should be a civilian manager and not a sworn function. So the hope and goal is, now that we are converting, we will have a civilian manager overseeing our services unit, and that lieutenant that it frees up will do something that I think we all want, and that's oversee some of the juvenile youth initiatives that we would like to see come out of the police department. And that's overseeing, under a centralized command, all of our school resource officers, our newly implemented cadet program, and eventually, hopefully, summertime youth programming and youth academies. Public safety supervisors, we have a sergeant right now that's overseeing the red light cameras, false alarm reduction, uniform and supply. Once again, best practices across the country is that should be a civilian manager and not a sworn position. By converting that, what it will allow us to do is dedicate a sole supervisor to our aviation unit. So one of the things that we did recently, we received the report back, was to ask for an outside independent assessment of the helicopters. It's not my forte. I didn't have much experience, so I wanted to get an outside independent assessment to make sure we were in good shape. And it came back, said we had some things that we could tweak, but very stable. But the one strong recommendation that they made is that we had one sergeant overseeing both the helicopters and the bomb squad. 2 very high liability, dangerous positions. Said you need to separate it. The liability involved with both of those requires an independent supervisor for both. And that's why we needed to make that separation and put an additional sergeant so that we only have one sergeant in charge of the helos and one in charge of the bomb squad. A position that we haven't had that I think will be incredibly beneficial, and it will pay for itself in short order, is the amount of equipment just assigned to the police department. We have 610 just vehicle and fleet assets, and that doesn't include our equipment. The way it is right now, each individual command kind of oversees where we are on that one. They make their own pitch for replacement on whatever cycle they deem necessary. I have pieces of equipment that have been underused and underutilized, and that needs to change. So what I'm going to do and what we have done, and I think it's been very beneficial, we had a great meeting with Fleet. They were very receptive. So instead of numerous different individual officers from various commands coming to Fleet and trying to make their case for various pieces of equipment, we will have a singular dedicated fleet management position and equipment management position that will coordinate those assets on behalf of the entire police department. They will then consult with the senior staff before any determinations are made on what types of equipment we're going to try to acquire and how we do that. Almost done. Forensic specialist. We're asking for a forensic specialist because almost every felony arrest or significant arrest that we make, someone has one of these mini computers in their pocket, and we're doing search warrants to get in there because these all contain evidence of multiple crimes in many cases. So instead of a detective going through that process and downloading it and sifting it for evidence, it's something that can be done by a civilian and something that should be done by a civilian. And last and most least is an additional victim caseworker in our detective bureau. One of the things that, we have received, I don't want to say complaints, but some feelings from the community. Some of our members that they have victims where their relatives or other relations have been victims of violent crime, and they're looking for more. They're looking for more from the police department, more contact, more information, more than just we're investigating. And what this allows us to do is it allows detectives to work hard to bring closure for those victims of violent crime, but gives us a non-sworn position to not forget about those that need our help, that need our assistance, that need our compassion, but allows the detectives to work that case so ultimately we can bring them what they want as closure. And I think that's it on behalf of the police department.
All right, any questions? Rocky?
Mr. Mayor, the fire chief talked about the STEP plan.
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to hear what your comments are on the STEP plan. It was mentioned. I think the fire chief was pretty much on board with it.
Councilman Holcomb, it's needed. It's necessary if we're going to be competitive and we're going to compete outside of this region. I just came back from a conference with all the other major city chiefs. It's the top 69 biggest police departments in the nation, and in North America, includes Canada. Everybody is competing for the same amount of people. But when I reach out and I talk to other folks trying to recruit them to Virginia Beach, they want to know definitively over time how much money they can expect to make.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you for the work you're doing.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Anybody else? Linwood?
Yes, Chief, thank you. These staffing initiatives that you just went over, are they all funded in the budget?
They're going to be converted positions, sir, and that's.
But they're in the budget? Thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, anybody else? Michael?
I think Mrs. Henley had her hand up first, so I'll defer to her, and then after her, I'll be happy to ask a question.
I was real pleased that we were able to do some things last year based on your recommendation, and I think we've been hearing about the additional cameras at the oceanfront and so forth. One that really intrigues me is the Shot Spotter program, and having read the response that some of you all were able to get in visiting some of these, how is that? Is that an annual payment that we make, or do we purchase something, and how does that work?
Ma'am, it is on a leasing program, and the one downfall about the technology is that it is not inexpensive. It is $70,000 per year per square mile. So each deployment area is $140,000. We're paying out close to $300,000 per year out of city funds for that technology, but I think it's worth every penny of it.
So what you have in the budget for this year would be to continue just the areas that we have now covered, or are you planning to expand any?
I think there are some funds, and I'll let the manager weigh in if confirmed, but I think there are some funds somewhere for expansion if we determine that that is the direction that we want to go. And I'm willing to research that if we feel that that is something that you would like the police department to take a look at.
Well, I think given what we read about every day in the newspaper or hear on the news, it's an issue that we need to follow through on, and it seems to be particular areas. So they would be beneficial if they were under this program.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Henley, it's, all deployments are going to be based on the data. So we look at 3 to 5 years of historical data for homicides, shooting offenses, robberies, shots fired incidents, and we let the data tell us where we should deploy. So we can ask our folks to take another look at that to see if we have a data-driven need for expansion.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Fascinating.
Mr. Mayor, just to
Yes,
clarify.
yes, Mr. Dehaney.
The CIP presentation is going to be provided by Kevin Fairley. Kevin Fairley will present a little later today on that specific matter, Councilmember Henley. But from last year, council did appropriate additional funds for an additional location. And as the chief said, the chief is currently evaluating the data to get a sense of where it would be best to deploy this technology. And we do have in the budget the funds proposed for the funds for taking care of the annual cost of maintaining the system.
Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you, Mr. Dehaney. Anybody else? Michael.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
As I acknowledged earlier, thankfully, Virginia Beach is a community that respects and appreciates public safety professionals and strives to do what we can to support them. And obviously, many of the ways we can do that is through compensating fairly the people who serve our community in this way. But there are other ways that we can express our appreciation and support. It's never been a more challenging time, from what I hear, to be in law enforcement particularly, but I think public safety generally. That's why people are leaving the field. That's why people are choosing not to enter the field, which is compounding the staffing problems that exist in every field. That's particularly true for public safety and law enforcement specifically. And I just wonder, and maybe you don't have to answer this now, but you may have some thoughts here. Is there anything, for example, in Virginia Beach, we know that we proudly celebrate military families. And I know it's always been true, bless you, but it remains true that the families in law enforcement are under extreme pressure. That not necessarily, you don't enter that field for the high wages. They're dangerous conditions, potentially lethal conditions at any moment. It causes tremendous stress and pressure on families of people who are in service. And I was really happy to see this exhibition at Lynn Haven Mall just yesterday that showcased the art of military child. But that's just one example of how our community is wrapping itself around military families. And I wonder if you have any thoughts on ways that we can, in addition to what we're doing with compensation, improve working conditions and quality of life for all the families as well as employees who are involved in public safety, police specifically.
Councilman, I think it's quite timely that you brought that up because that was a huge conversation at the conference. And, pay is, of course, a big issue, especially, that they are looking in comparison to other large city departments and not just from a regional component. But what is really driving officers away from the profession is what has occurred in this country over the last 2 years. And that was made quite clear by every chief in the room that the prime reason that folks are leaving is because they feel abandoned by their communities and their elected officials. And one of the things that, luckily we don't have that problem in Virginia Beach. You fully support public safety. You fully support this police department, but that is not the case in other cities. It's not the case across the Commonwealth. And one of the things that we made a recommendation as a collective group that it's great that individually Virginia Beach and our elected officials are saying we support our police, we stand behind them. The police chief is telling the officers, we're telling the officers, the deputy chief, we support you to go out and do legal, fair, constitutional policing. it's got to be greater than just an individual community. It's going to have to be something done at the federal level to ensure the folks of this profession that they have the support of this nation to go out and continue to proactively address and reduce crime, because we're seeing what has happened. We are paying the price right now for the last 2 years, and we have bodies dropping in the street because of it. And it's going to have to be bigger than just an individual localized community initiative. It's going to have to be something on a national level, and that was the recommendation from that collective group is we need federal help to really rebrand policing, get the support back, and reassure an entire profession that this nation supports them.
I appreciate that. I wish there was something that we could do at this city level, at this body, that would have the impact that you described, but I know that there isn't. But I do know that this council over the last 2 years and previously has invested in the salaries and made clear that we do support public safety professionals. However, you know, addressing the salaries isn't enough. We have to go think holistically to a quality of life, into every element, the same way we do for military families as a community. And I think we need to restructure and rethink how, as a body. But I don't want you to leave here without seizing the opportunity just to say, I mean, I speak for myself. I know I don't speak for the council, but I do believe that our city, I believe that our city supports public safety professionals, and I just want your team to really know that and to feel it. But I also am curious, and we could talk about this later, how we can do better in terms of delivering on that promise. And that doesn't diminish the fact that there are disparities. It doesn't diminish the fact that mistakes do happen, and there is room for improvement always, all the time, in every field, including in law enforcement. However, the people I know who work in this field are dedicated public servants who love their community, and I think it's very important, very critical that we make sure that they all know that they're supported.
Thank you, Councilman, and I just reiterate for this esteemed body that the men and women of this department, thank you for your support. They feel supported by this community, by this body. Unfortunately, what is going on a national level transcends here, and it's rippled across the profession.
Rosemary?
Well, I think Michael made a very good statement that represents how this body feels, and we also want to thank you. You really brought a lot of exciting things to the art of policing, and for us to grab hold of, to be able to take us to the next level of keeping our community safe. With a lot of the technology and reconfiguration of what you want to do with the department. So very exciting to see the initiatives that you have brought forward to us, just like you did last year. And those things, they're working. They're really, really working. And so and you just keep, it's like, you know, you're building blocks. You just keep building to make things better. I did have a question, and that's about the fairly newly created substation out on Atlantic Avenue and how that's doing.
With the events approaching us, I think what you'll see is a much more dedicated presence in there. You know, our staffing in the off-season is extremely limited, so the goal and intent of acquiring that was for the summer resort season, that we can use that as necessary. I think one of the challenges, too, we would like to probably use it more than we are currently, but once we got in there are some significant structural issues that need to be addressed that I know that the manager is aware of.
That's, council members, that's a part of the proposed budget as well, is to finish the build out of that location to make it more habitable for the police department, and also on occasion the ambassadors and other departments and programs that will operate out of there as well.
Well, you made a really good point. It's not just for the police. It's going to be for the ambassadors, and is it kind of sort of like a welcoming station as well?
I think we have the opportunity to make it whatever we want, Vice Mayor, and I think the doors are open, and it's going to be one of those locations that any public entity that needs to come in there and use that while we're open and operating. And as we move into the summer season, I know Captain McBrien has big plans to have his officers in and out of there on a much more frequent basis.
Thank you so much.
But it has absolutely had the desired result. of us taking over possession of that property and then working on some relationship building with the individual bars on either side. We've gotten a lot of cooperation, and a lot of the disorder and problems that we have had over the past years in what we call the block. I'd ask Councilman Tower, because I know he's fully plugged into it, but at least my assessment, and I think the team's assessment, is it's been a big win, and we've really seen a cessation of disorder.
Well, that was a strategic area, and it was something we've been wanting to do for a long time. We just didn't have the opportunity to have the
Yes, ma'am.
spot.
Okay, Mr. Guy.
Yeah, there's a very, very positive feedback about the acquisition of that site and the use of it. Some concerns expressed to me about why there are not more people, why it's not more visibly in people in there, but I assume as summer approaches, we'll see more use of it. And obviously, maybe some others, you saying structural issues, making it safe and habitable, been a bigger job than we thought it might be when we first started.
Absolutely. But I can guarantee that DC Adams is in full swing to move our summer staffing resources to the ocean front and up staffing our OCOP units. So we're going to have more bodies down there starting this weekend.
Starting this weekend, yeah. Good.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Sabrina.
Good afternoon, Chief Newdigate, and thank you for your presentation and all of, it's good to hear all of the progress that you're making. And I'd just like to say, as a former police chaplain, I want you to know how much I appreciate what you and your department, what you do. But I also am focused as well on the mental health and the care of the officers. I know that when I was a chaplain, the chaplain corps was a part of that process in terms of riding with the officers and being that listening ear and that present ministry to help. Is that something that the department is still doing? Has it been helpful?
I think it diminished for a little while because of COVID, and we were not allowing the ride-alongs because we were worried about the cross-contamination. But we're back in business. The chaplains are a huge part of what we do. I think we just put on a new chaplain class, and is it 20? Roughly 20 new chaplains just came on, so something that we're very invested in, and we are worried about. That's one of the things that we're very concerned is about the cumulative trauma effects for the things that our officers witness. We were very fortunate that we were able to hire a safety officer, Mr. Mike Gresham, and he's really taken on that role to help look out for our officers and plug them into the different resources. And I know that, I don't know if that's going to be part of a separate budget discussion that the manager will talk about, but I know one of the things that we are discussing for the future is dedicated psychological services for public safety, independent of occupational health, because they have an entire city. But what I envision, I think what all of public safety envisions, is a true psychologist that we either hire or contract with.
Chief, hold on a second.
I'm sorry.
That Kevin, that authorization is being requested in this proposed budget, right? Yeah, so, and I think, Chief, we'd be remiss if we didn't thank the sheriff for that, because really the sheriff led the way with helping to bring the contractor on board. That's going to give us an opportunity, if council authorizes it, to be able to pilot what the chief is trying to work out with Chief Hutchison and Chief Brazel and also Jada Lee, to have some dedicated psychological services for our men and women. Yes.
And the thought is, and from a previous life, that when you have that dedicated individual that is there from the beginning, when we are onboarding them and they're going through their psychological process, that they get to know our folks, that there is a baseline established, so that when they're in a critical incident, I'm not sending them to some new psychologist that has never met that officer before. They are going to someone that knows this police department, that knows our officers, and they can give me an accurate assessment of, we never want them to violate HIPAA, but I need somebody that can call me and say, Chief, he's struggling, he or she is struggling, I need to take them off. Let's put them in an administrative assignment or whatever that may be. Or once we get to the point, Chief, I'm comfortable for you to give them their police powers back. They're in a good place and they're ready to go back and serve this community.
Well, that's certainly good to know. That's a program that I'm happy to support because I believe during this time, you know, in the pandemic, we understand how important those types of services are for everyone, but especially our public safety, our police officers, and those who experience stress and trauma all the time. It's just a listening ear to talk to. It does volumes for the person, and it's a part of a healing process. And so I'm glad that you're working on that program.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Wooten, and I think we have to, because
Absolutely.
Things are changing. 33 years ago, a police officer would never admit that they were struggling with anything. They're never going to admit that they've got some build-up trauma. But we are slowly chipping away at that stigma. And I just real quick, and I'm not trying to take up time, but I went to a session with about 50 officers a few months ago, some that have been involved in critical incidents and struggling in many capacities, and I was skeptical. I walked in that room. I've been a policeman for a long, long time. I know how cops are, and they started going around the room, and I'm thinking, out of 50, there may be 5, 6 that may share their stories. Half. I think there was 25 people that stood up and shared where they are mentally, what they're struggling with. It was a paradigm shift for me, that the profession is changing. We're chipping away at the stigma, because that's not the history of law enforcement that I know. And I think as a body and as leaders, and we have to provide those services for our men and women.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, anyone else? And Chief Newdigate, if I can, I impose on you for a couple minutes. You know, this is obviously a very important thing, and I'm going to make a comment. You know, Michael Bellucci brought up something that, you know, I would like to address right away. But about a month or so ago, there was, I believe it was a Christopher Newport, you know, survey done that showed that the Virginia Beach Police Department was the most respected and trusted in the area. And in these volatile times, you know, I just think that speaks volumes. And I think what's happening, a dynamic of the investment that we're putting in to our police department with the technology, with the equipment, you know, and, you know, just, you know, I think it's really building bridges with the community in terms of, you know, we're out there, you know, we're involved with the community policing. And I was going to bring up something during council comments, if you don't mind, if you could indulge me a few minutes.
Mayor.
I'll bring it now. You know, you brought up that, you know, the violence is a national phenomenon. Recruiting police is a national, you know, challenge to everyone. And, you know, we can't fix what goes on nationally, but we can certainly do something about what we can do locally. And we are acutely aware that violence knows no borders, especially in the 757. And, you know, recently, you know, we are certainly not immune, but, you know, a lot of our neighbors have gone through a significant epidemic of violence that has been happening. About a year ago, Mayor Tuck from Hampton, you know, we had a few meetings about getting together about what we can do, but it was during the COVID and it was tough. And in lieu of what happened, Mayor Tuck and I, you know, requested a convening of last Friday with the mayors, along with the city managers, and I'm proud to say that Mr. Dehaney was there. And there was a discussion like I never heard before. It was open. It was frank. You know, and, you know, it quite frankly took a lot of courage, because we were having those conversations nobody really wanted to have before. in confronting what we're confronting. And the solutions are not easy solutions, but they have to be discussed. They have to be ironed out. We have to identify the problem, what it is, what caused it, come up with a short-term intervention, a long-term intervention, and get it fixed. It's a simple model. But police have had barriers along the ways. You know, one of the mayors, mayor from Norfolk, brought up, what happened after George Floyd, that tragic killing, and what it did to police departments. We talked about, police leaving and why and what we have to do. And, the point is that, talking about it and feel-good measures ain't going to work no more. It's going to be proactive. It's going to involve a lot of people. It's going to involve our legislators. It's going to be a return to respect of law and order. And, it's going to require a culture change of many people that just don't respect. We even find in this chamber that civility is sometimes no longer part of the lexicon of dialogue in this country. But we, as the regional, the mayors are getting along. We call ourselves the 757 Magnificent Seven. And we all want to help in every city, including Pocosin, Isle of Wight, and everything, share their stories about what's going on. And I'll tell you what, it was frank, it was bold, it was honest. I reached out to Governor Youngkin, and he got in touch with, Bob Morse, our public, Secretary of Public Safety and Homeland Security, and he is going to take the message, statewide, but also he wants to come down here with his entire crew and sit down with all the folks involved in this area. It's time to work. We can't talk about it anymore. But the thing is, I commend the men and women in blue that run, once again, I'll say it, when a call comes in, you never know what's going to be at the other end. But your folks are ready, and we got to be there ready to help you. Thanks a lot, man, forgive the pontification, but I thought it was important. Thank you.
Mayor, we thank you for your leadership on that. And on behalf of the men and women, I'm grateful to serve them, and they do a wonderful job, and they thank you for your support.
Thank you very much. And now we introduce Sheriff Ken Stolle from our Sheriff and Corrections Department.
Mr. Mayor, before we have this presentation, I would like to say that I'm a member of the VBSO, and I have a conflict of interest letter on file with Madam Clerk.
Oh, thank you. Ken, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How are you all doing today? It's always a pleasure appearing before you all. You all may not believe that, but it is. And I'm going to take the gloves off a little bit today, if I can. And
it's kind of like castor oil, huh?
Yeah, it's kind of something like that. But I'm going to take the gloves off a little bit and tell you that for somebody that has spent their lifelong ambition and employment in law enforcement, the system is broken, and I think we all need to be aware of that. And so, Paul just got up here, gave a great presentation. But my guess is Rocky and Paul and I and Sean and the other police officers are here, or the deputies here would agree that the system's broken. And when you think of what's happened this weekend, we've known this is coming, and we hope for the best. We want these people to come down here, have a great time, but we don't want the bad people coming down here and shooting guns and stuff. And our hands are pretty much limited until something bad happens. And so, the tools that police officers and law enforcement officers use are the laws that they have from the General Assembly and the City Council to protect people. And so I don't see them giving Paul any more tools to protect the citizens of Virginia Beach since the last time we had a shooting down there. And Paul, are you aware of anything? Are you aware of anything that they've done differently in the General Assembly? And so I think that, you have to realize that the system is considered a system, but it's not a system. It's an individual system. I'm paid to house criminals, not rehabilitate them, and I should be rehabilitating them. You know, if the state hadn't given me the $3 million to do the program that we have over there for mental health, we wouldn't be doing that if the city didn't have the money and support us on that. But, you know, to show you how the system's broken, we have $3 million to fund the, and I should have started off by saying, I'll be happy to respond to any questions you have about my budget, but I think that,
Ed, you're on a roll. Keep it
I'm
going.
on a roll now. So I think that, you know, we have a situation where if the state hadn't given us that money, we wouldn't have had the program. We got the program now, but now we can't hire clinicians. We're down to one clinician. We're supposed to have 7 clinicians. So we have one person that treats, you know, 1/7 of the population we should be treating in the jail. And it's not y'all's fault, but it's, you know, we pay $53,000 for a clinician, and Centera pays $65,000 for a clinician. That's one of the reasons I want to try and get the Centera to take over our health care plan. Here it's about $9 million, $8 million, and you know, we can't compete with Centera. And so, you know, we have mental health needs, and we have medical needs in there that have to be addressed, and they're not being addressed. And so I get so frustrated at times. I've been thinking about running for the Senate again in the 22nd district. But I think that, you know, I'll hold off on doing that. But it's an open district, and I did very well in the last race in that program. But I think that what you have to realize is that, you know, I'm paid to house people, not treat them mentally. Commonwealth Attorney's Office is paid to get convictions. The police department are paid to make arrests, and the courts are paid to, you know, put the people in jail and not rehabilitate them. And so I don't, you know, everybody has their own things, and they're measured with success by their own statistics. But we're not working together, and I don't know how we do that other than the General Assembly, because we're a Dillon Rule state. But I think you all need to know that you know, the money that you're given is well spent, but it's not gonna make a damn bit of difference on the beachfront if somebody pulls out a gun and shoots a gun. You know, and what's going to happen is the police are going to be accused of not taking the action that's necessary when that happens, and there's no way they can prevent that. They haven't been given any tools by the General Assembly to do that, and I think you all need to realize that. And so I think that, you know, I'm very hopeful that we have a peaceful weekend, but I think that, you know, the days of police officers being the scapegoat is over, and I think that it goes for all law enforcement officers. You know, I think that we have a great program in the mental health program here. We went from 97% recidivism rate to 3% recidivism rate, which is unheard of, and we can't find the clinicians to staff the program. Now, it's the best program in the country, and we can't find the clinicians to staff the program. And it's just a damn shame that we can't do that, but we don't have the money to do that. And the state, you know, when I came here, the state was almost at 50% of the budget. Now they're at about 40% of our budget. And you all have picked up the rest, and I appreciate that. But the state has got to step up and pay a share of this. To give you another idea, history of the jail, when I came here in 1976, they just opened up the new jail, which is Building A in the jail. And the prison population was about 600, I think, 800, something like that. And they had 80% of the inmates were misdemeanors, and 20% were felons. Now it's just the opposite. 80% of our inmates, we have 1,200 inmates in there today, largest jail in Virginia. 84% of our inmates are felons, and 16% are misdemeanors. And that's, we have, my statistics here, right now we have what we classify as serious dangerous felons, 365. Last time I checked, we had 54 murderers in our jail. And people think it's just a small town jail. It's the largest jail in Virginia, and we're not doing anything to rehabilitate these people. And you got to realize that we're not making enough strides to rehabilitate these people. You got to realize that of 1,081 prisoners we have today, 926 are felons, and 159 are misdemeanors. And so, you know, our jails aren't set up for felons. The state has six different classifications for the level of offense, danger, and stuff like that, and they have 6 levels of prisons they can put them in. We've got one. We've got one level of prison. We got all these prisoners in the building that are the serious prisoners, and I'm not complaining about the job. I ran for it, and I'm going to do it. But I think it's important that you realize that we're not making any headway in this. And so I think that, you know, what we need to do is get together with VML and VACO and the other cities and counties and towns across Virginia and say, what do our police officers really need to make us safe? And they don't need more guns. They don't need more body cams. They need laws that give the police officers the right to protect people and recognize the difference between some of the constitutional requirements that people have imposed in the past and constitutional requirements for the future. And so I think that, it's a shame. I've always been a Second Amendment advocate, but I think it's a shame that we can't exercise some control over what happens down there. We have to wait till a shooting starts before we can step in and take aggressive action. And we should be able to take aggressive action from the very beginning. And I'm not criticizing the police department. I think they've done a wonderful job, and we have a great chief that I love working with now, and Scene is great to work with, and our two departments get along better than they ever have. But I think it's important that you all recognize some of these concerns that we have. And what I think what we need to do is, this is just me bitching or going on about what's happening, but I think what we need to do is take and put the judges in charge of the criminal justice system, so that when they sentence the very person that sentenced somebody to jail. That's right, Sheriff. What was that?
You got a judge back there.
Okay.
I agree with you wholeheartedly.
Yeah. The very person.
Judge, you're out of order.
Escort him out. Yeah.
I've been wanting to do that for years.
Well, the very person that sentenced somebody to jail loses control over the time they go to jail, and bureaucrats make decisions when they get out based on God only knows what. And the parole board has been in and out and in and out, and the judges should, if we need more judges, we ought to make more judges, but we ought to have some control over the prisoners when they go to jail, so that the right people can come out. And we sentence people to jail based on punishment, not on fixing problems. They should go to jail for programs like the mental health program and the other programs, as opposed to going for a duration of time. Do an indeterminate amount of time so the person completes what he needs to do to be successful on the street. For every one person we rehabilitate in a jail, you're stopping multiple crimes from happening in the community, and you're saving a police officer's conflict and arrest with different people, and you're saving me a space in the jail. We've got to do more than we're doing, but I think that I'm not going to ask you to build any new jails or anything else like that, but I think what we have to do is we have to be smart with the people that we're afraid of and incarcerate them, and the people that we're mad at, we have to find alternative means of incarceration so that they're not doing the taxpayers' dollars. Now, I didn't mean to go into all this, but once I got on a roll, it was kind of hard to stop, and I do like appearing before you all, but I think my budget is pretty well fixed between the city managers and Kevin and y'all, and I really appreciate everything that y'all have done for us, and God knows you have done a lot for us, and I really appreciate that, but I thought I'd come up here and give you my piece for a little bit.
And Ken, I've known you for a number of years. You really got to learn how to express yourself.
I hide my emotions very well.
But if I could say, by having, the Secretary of, Public Safety, Bob Mosier, come down, the conversation we had this morning, we're going to require enabling legislation, throughout the Commonwealth, to do what we got to do. You're right. We got to give tools, to the folks that are on the front line to do their jobs and, be safe. And, there's always going to be critics about, the techniques, but if it saves one life, is it worth it? That's my point.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I agree with you 100%, but I think that, the politicians got to realize, and President Company excluded on this, because I think you all have realized this, that just defending the police when they take action is not that helpful. It helps in the long run, but what really helps is to figure out what they need and give them the tools to do that, and that's what I think you're talking about. And that's what we tried to do when I was in Richmond, and I don't know what's going on with them last year. They went crazy up there, but I think that this year they kind of repealed some of the stuff that they did wrong last year, but I think that if Paul comes up here and tells you, or the city manager comes up here and tells you, we haven't done anything to help the police officers deal with this problem on the beachfront. We haven't done a damn thing. And I don't know. I don't think you all can do it. I think it's got to be at the legislator side. But I think from being up there, you've got to think of what you need and tell them what you need so you can get it done. And I appreciate again the opportunity to be here. I'll be happy to answer any questions on my budget, which is what I should have been talking about. But yeah.
Well, we were your captive audience today.
Yeah, sorry, Ken, you're out of time. I'm only. Okay, Linwood.
Thank you. Well, Sheriff, I agree with you, and I hope this is just the beginning of that conversation. And I know the mayors are looking at a regional approach to crime safety, but we've got to include our state delegates and legislators in this effort because, as we know, all laws come from the Commonwealth that deal with these sort of things. Also concerned about the funding issues from the state that you brought up, particularly in a year where they're flush with money, and yet we're picking up more of the tab here, and that we've got to start communicating more with our state legislators about that. But I wanted to talk about the tour I took of your jail a couple weeks ago, which when I got home, it never looked so good. That's got to be one of the toughest jobs in the world as a deputy in that jail, and it's a very sobering and eye-opening experience. And during that tour, you told me that you're down 51 deputies, so like other departments, you're struggling too. But you're also serving as sort of augmenting our police department right now because they're down 91 officers. And I know you'll be deploying some of your deputies. And I'm concerned about the money you have in terms of overtime pay for your deputies for providing the services until hopefully one day we get up and fully staffed and what have you. So could you talk a little bit about the overtime for your deputies?
We have, when the police department requests that we go assist them, we go on port and starboard watches, which means one team stays on days, one team stays at night, and work 12-hour shifts. We typically work 12-hour shifts, but that's how we draw our extra deputies. And so and we probably got, I think, 3 volunteers to come down there this time, and so we had to designate the other 37 people that were sitting down there Friday night and 57 people that were designating the Saturday and Sunday afternoon and night. And so that eats into we have to pay those people, and this isn't your fault, it's just nature. We're down clinicians, we're down people in every walk of life, teachers, everything. But what happens with us is we have to pay them overtime and order them to work it. And so what I was trying to, and this is hard on morale and it's hard on the people because they're working 12-hour shifts already, and if we go to port and starboard watches, then they got to stay on those port and starboard watches till we free up the people. And so, but we're not able to get the deputies down there to do that. And so I've got to order them down there, and that's a real hard thing to do. We had to cancel all the leave like the police department did, cancel all the vacation leave and everything else. And so, what I was hoping that we could do is try and get a different pay raise or not a pay raise, but an incentive for the police officers and deputies to work overtime at the beachfront. And, it's a hard job to do on top of the other job, and I was hoping that you could consider going to 250 or 2.5% of the overtime, 2.5 times the overtime pay, as opposed to, the 1.5 times. And that would be a incentive for the deputies to work there, incentive for the police officers to work there. And and I don't mind, I wouldn't mind if you extend it to all the firefighters, but they're not the ones that, they're on call and they're not the ones having to walk the beach down there. So I don't have any, I think if you extend it to them, they're not going to use it near as much as the police department and the sheriff's department's going to use it. But, something's got to give. And I think that at some time or another, if we get to 70 or 80 deputies down, we're not going to be able to provide the assistance to the police department that we are now. But I think some recognition needs to be given to these guys that work 40 hours or 60 hours at the sheriff's office and go down and work another 12 hours at the police department. And so then when I'd ask the council at the appropriate time consider that, and just as a short gap, fix.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, anyone else?
So that's not in the budget now.
No, it's not in the budget.
That's not, is it something that council would like me to look at?
It needs
Yeah.
to be on the list.
Yeah. I think this is definitely a topic for our reconciliation discussions. Okay, anybody else?
Thank you.
Ken, once again, you are just a speaker of the truth, and you are always willing to have the tough conversations. And the thing is, we just got to get back to this thing called mutual respect. Policing, whether it be with the police or the sheriff's department and everything, we got to get that respect back. We got to get back to being, and I'll say it, a nation of laws that, that are respected, to have a civil society. Like I said, Kim, we're not going to be able to do it, nationally, but by golly, in the Commonwealth, we got to get with our senators. We got to get with our delegation. And I think right now, if we get, the mayors, the elected body members and everything, just getting, leaning on the people that, make the laws, but also give the tools to what law enforcement needs. That's the only way we're going to stem this tide.
I agree, Mr. Mayor, and what we call that in the legal profession is the rule of law. And I think the people that have gone, I think that the rule of law is being eroded tremendously. And, I understand, we've made some great strides here in Virginia Beach. When I went up to the Senate in 1992, we didn't have one black judge in Virginia Beach. And now we have 2 black judges, a male and a female, in the circuit court. Why is that important? Because if I'm a black man and I walk into the circuit court and I don't see a black person in there, I'm not going to feel like it's my court system. And then how can you expect someone who doesn't feel like it's their court system to abide by those laws and abide by the rule of law? You can't. And if they lose respect for the courts and lose the feeling that the courts are there to protect them too, then you're not going to have the rule of law anymore, and you're going to have chaos on the streets.
Appreciate that. Anybody else? Ken, if you can convey to everyone that works with you, for you, that wears the uniform or in a support role. Yeah, if I could just bring up one item that you brought up at the meeting that last Friday that we had. There was somebody, I believe he was from Isle of Wight, and they said, we don't really have a high crime problem. But let me tell you, we had an arrest the other day, and it was a patient that required mental services. We had to drive like 5 hours to get him to a facility and stay with that person for 2 days. The officer had to stay with the person for 2 days. Mental health has to be on the cutting edge of anything we do going forward. If we're going to have to fix some societal problems with families, incarcerated people making the transition and doing things, we got to step to the plate with, and I applaud Mr. Bellucci, for taking that banner and running with it. That's where one of the first steps has to be.
Well,
so I concur with you.
Mr. Mayor, I'll tell you that when I first became the sheriff, I went to the CSBs and I asked them to take over the mental health in the jail, and they refused to do it. And I said, about 30% of my people my inmates are mentally ill. They said, no, about 10% of them are mentally ill. And when we finally negotiated terms for them to come over, when I got that money we just turned that money over to CSBs. It turned out that they started doing the check-in, and they thought that 80% of my inmates were mentally ill. 80% of the inmates are mentally ill, which means we could be doing everything wrong. We can't rehabilitate the mentally ill, and we shouldn't treat the criminally ill. And so you have to rehabilitate the criminals and treat the mental illness. And so I think that, what I was really excited about the program that we started is for the first time we had a ruler about how much this was going to cost us. When I was up in the General Assembly, we didn't have any idea how much mental health was, and when you don't have any idea what the cost is, you don't solve the problem. Well, we showed them how to solve the problem, and so they can figure out the cost, extrapolate that out, and figure out what the cost is statewide, and it's not near what they were thinking it was going to be. And so I think that, as long as we keep that program running, the state will have something they can focus on. And I hate to keep going on and wasting your all's time here, but I think that
our time, Ken.
I think it's very important that the mentally ill be at the forefront of any correctional, re-engineering at all.
And, let's be honest, the COVID really exacerbated things. This problem existed. And, when the city was talking to the governor about opening the beaches, it was brought up. And, I think Governor Northam truly appreciated it. Yes, we had to protect the vulnerable with the disease. But, the collateral consequences, the increase in anxiety, depression, suicides, alcohol, drug abuse, domestic violence, and, kids being home and creating that, tension and everything else, those are the consequences we're going to be paying for, quite some time.
We are.
Michael, did you have your hand?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
I did, but I changed my mind.
Okay.
But nothing against you, Sheriff.
Okay. All right.
I just don't have a question anymore.
Okay, good.
I think you covered all the bases, Ken.
I think I did. I complained about everything I wanted to today, and I appreciate you all taking the hostility there. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. And now it's our pleasure to welcome the Honorable Philip C. Holland, who is the Chief Judge of the Juvenile Domestic Relations Court.
Good afternoon, everyone.
I was only kidding with the gavel.
You should do it. No, it's a great, exhilarating, and it makes you feel better. I know that. I've lost my glasses. I'm not going to be able to do anything without my glasses.
Phil, you want mine?
Yeah, I think they're in the seat back there. Hold on.
Don't give it to him. Don't give it to him.
It's an auspicious beginning.
So once again, welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Well, I'm going to pick up right where you left off with your comments about COVID and the impact that it's had on the community, mental health, the children, domestic violence, all that's going to roll straight downhill into my court. You know, we deal with anything dealing with crimes against children, anything where the children commit the crimes, custody, visitation, child support. So everything that involves the family and the bad things that involve the family come straight to my court. So we're starting to see that. Just going straight to our budget, because we're pretty simple for you guys. I think somewhere in the neighborhood of $170,000 or something for things of like postage.
Chief Judge.
Yes, sir.
Your clicker is right
Oh,
there
yeah.
if you need it.
Okay. It's not a very exciting PowerPoint. Obviously, here's our organizational structure. We've got 38 clerks, 6 judges. We've got 2 contract employees, or one right now, but she's not listed, correct? And this is Amy Burnham. She is the clerk of the court. And Amy's been with us for 4 years now, I believe, and she does just a great job. So our total budget is $217,000. Most of that is, like I said, postage, phones, these types of things. And then you guys have been generous in giving us some supplements to our clerk's salary, which have been greatly appreciated. And I'm here asking for more, frankly. And this is a big packet of information that we've given you. A lot of it is dealing with comparing city salaries versus state salaries. But the bottom line is our clerks at the beginning stages earn $30,000 a year. And once you figure out deductions for health care, they make about $14.75 an hour. So probably what they would make at Target or Starbucks or something like that. You guys, like I said, have been generous. I think we're getting a $1,200 a year salary supplement for them. I'm asking for an additional amount of money, basically an additional $86,000. 66 to increase the current supplement, and 20 to increase our manpower contract. The manpower contracts are important because when a citizen comes in to file custody visitation petitions or whatever it may be, we have a division that puts that paperwork, those petitions, into the computer system, and then it's processed and eventually assigned a court date. We are currently 4 months behind in getting those petitions submitted into our system. So if you were to come in and file a petition for custody and visitation of your child or children, in 4 months you'll get a court date. Now that court date would be then 2 more months after that. So by the time that you file to the time that you're coming to court is about 6 months. And that's a lot due to the backlog that, I mean, we were a busy court before COVID. We had maybe 27,000 filings per year, making us number 2 probably behind Fairfax. And the filings reduced during COVID. We're creeping back towards pre-COVID levels now. I think we're at 25,000 filings estimated for the year. And we're just overwhelmed. And so that's part of the reason the backlog exists. It's just an intensive process, taking the filings, whether they're submitted by attorneys or by pro se litigants, self-represented litigants. And so once the court date is assigned, you might come into court, like I said, 6 months after you filed, And if you need a contested trial date where you need maybe more than 1 hour in front of the judge, we're going to set you out another 4 or 5 months, just depending on the court's docket. So it's literally just about a year before you can have a real substantive hearing in our court. So the contracted manpower will help us go through the backlog. I think we have just hired 2. Are we fully staffed now? So we're still down 2. Once again, having these supplements is our answer to try and retain employees and retain the clerks. Over the last year and a half, we've lost nearly half our workforce. And I think there's a chart where basically it shows you they're leaving for the Commonwealth Attorney's Office for 10,000 more. We had somebody leave for the Sheriff's Office for a clerical position for 5,000 more. Certainly the private attorneys can pay more in that type of thing. But our training is very intensive. And once the clerks are trained, they've got good skills that are then marketable, and they get swooped up and taken by other entities, including the city attorney's office. No offense, because I mean this is a good advancement for the young people, but it's a challenge for us to retain the right people, and you need a lot of institutional knowledge, as everybody can understand in their respective businesses. So that's essentially what we're asking for. Eventually, I've got to stop asking you to keep increasing the money. I know that you do not want to pay City of Virginia Beach employees more than my clerks who are state employees. And so we're just trying to find that right equilibrium. We're hopeful that the General Assembly this year will give us more money for the clerks' positions all across the state. But even if they give us $3,000 or $4,000, and even if you were to generously give us that extra $3,000 per clerk, they're still going to be paid less than the city counterparts. So that's the budget, our budget proposal.
Yeah, before I go to council, could I just ask a question? With the backlog, back when I was a practicing physical therapist, I worked in the homes with families where there was domestic violence and abuse. Isn't there a lot of times where people's families are at high risk of violence and, just bad things happening while these delays are happening? If it's taken 6 months to get to trial and you're coexisting with somebody that is hostile to a spouse or children, does that happen?
100%.
Yeah.
It's hard to quantify because we've never been a rocket docket court where you get in immediately. So the situation has existed, but COVID has certainly made it worse. The delays are worse, and there's no way around that, for sure.
Thank you. Anybody else at this? Was Sabrina and then Guy.
Good afternoon, Judge Hollowell. Thanks for coming today.
Thank you.
And I just have to say, I'm just astounded by the way you advocate for your staff. And I have to say that because I don't see that often. And I appreciate that. The other thing I will say is, I also understand $30,000. I understand that. I used to make $28,000 for over a decade. That's difficult. It's difficult when you have children, to take care of them, and you're trying to make ends meet. And so I know they work hard. I know they are multitasking. I know there's a backlog, and I hope there is something we can do to support, to provide that supplemental income that they need. Otherwise, there's going to continue to be that flight from that department, and so I certainly will support that. The other part I have a question is not pertaining to the budget, but I know there were some concerns that you had, some other concerns. Like I remember, I think it was the lighting, I think it was the intercom system.
Yes.
And forgive me if this has already been taken care of. But I just wanted to kind of follow up to make sure that, and see how that's going as well.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the support for the supplement, and you've been a supporter from the get-go. I will tell you that the courthouse, I'm sure you guys know, if you don't know, sort of shame on you, the courthouse is in disrepair. The circuit court, the fourth floor of the circuit court has a bathroom that can't get hot water and hasn't for 10 years. You know about the escalator problems. They rarely work. In my court, the juvenile court is private and confidential, so it's not an open courtroom. So we call in cases one at a time, and it necessitates us using an intercom system. We will do a case, dispense with it, call the next case. Now, sometimes we call the next case and the doors don't open, and nobody comes in, and so that's an easy case for me, dismissed. Call the next case. Well, sometimes, and I would say that it happens every week, somebody will come in, knock on the door at 12:30, 1 o'clock when we're sort of finished for the day. I've been waiting since 8 or 8:30 or 9 o'clock, whereas my case hasn't been called. Well, yes, ma'am, or yes, sir, we called your case at 10:15. You didn't show up. We dismissed your petitions. So going back to my earlier comments, they might have to be waiting another 6 months, 10 months to get back in front of the court. So the intercom system is a real issue. We've had ComIT work on it from their end. Sometimes the new phone systems, it's a work in progress to finally answer your question.
Okay.
So.
Okay. And I think, Mr. Duhaney, we've had some conversations about that, and I guess I should follow up with you in terms of how that's going and in the future, how we're going to address that.
So staff is doing their absolute most to try to address the systems. It's behind. It's a lot of work that needs to be done in the courthouse. I think staff has stepped up their efforts tremendously to help all the judges out in the various courtrooms, but it's a significant hurdle, and as we see with the budget every year, the needs that we have greatly outpace the funding that we have to cover those needs. But we are being as attentive as we possibly can to help address the issues in the courts.
There's issues dealing with our swipe cards. Everybody's got the Lenal court system, the card system swipe into private access doors. 4 of my courtrooms don't have that. So anybody can walk into the courtroom, then walk into the private space of the clerk's office or the judge's spaces. We're been told that that's been in the works for years. The city manager has put Miss Monica Chapara, sorry about that. She's met with us, and I think that we're having sort of a new era of communication with the city manager's office that we're appreciative of. But there's too many issues to go through, frankly, just with the physical courthouse itself.
Sure. Well, I would like to continue, and I will continue to follow up with you. It is concerning to have a facility that important that's not properly working and up to par, and then the safety and security issues.
I'll issue another one. Several of our courtrooms, and not just in juvenile court, but I believe also in general district court, don't have lockups. So in certain times when judges are sitting in these courtrooms, they have a criminal case and there's an incarcerated person, they are walked down the hallway right next to my office, right next to the other judge's office, right next to the clerk's cubicles. And there's always a sheriff's deputy with them, but it's just not, it wasn't a well-designed building from that aspect.
Well, Mr. Duhaney, what about the bathroom? Is that something we can get to pretty quickly? I'm
not sure about
the hot water.
Okay.
Judge Lilly will be happy that I'm bringing this up.
So in the budget, we did include proposed increase in the budget to take care of some of these issues as well. A lot of it is we're a city with a myriad of needs, and not enough resources to cover all of it. So our team has developed a list, and our team are putting that list in place and putting forward propositions to pay for that for council's further review and consideration. In particular, for the intercom issue, there is a proposal inside the budget to provide funding so that we can come up with a fix to fix the intercom issue as well.
Well, the only other thing I would just say is I hear and see and observe that there are some departments that are faring a bit better than others. And then there are some departments who have been waiting and waiting and waiting. And so I'm just hoping, especially with the myriad of issues here, that we can really give this some priority, because I sense as though they've been waiting for some time. And so I just like to really see that as a priority, and I'll just continue to follow up. But thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else for the judge? Guy, and then John.
Barbara, please.
Barbara.
Thank you, Judge Hollowell. Appreciate, I say this every year since I've been on council, but my wife is a retired juvenile and domestic relations court judge, and I have a pretty good idea of what she thinks about the various problems we've already discussed today. But I will say that gives me some bias, perhaps, that I have to be careful about. But I do spend a lot of time with judges. In fact, I worked in the judicial system myself for a few years, not too long ago. And the same issues that Sheriff Stolley was talking about trying to balance the federal, state, local funding, particularly as it relates to Dillon Rule State, is now that I have to deal with it very up close and personal, it's a problem across the board. But I think our most vulnerable people are our elderly people and our juvenile younger people. And the one thing I hear from judges talking off the record to each other, and I hear a lot of it because I have a lot of friends that are judges and I have a spouse that is a retired judge, is this clerk situation. I think the clerks, they are such a linchpin of the system. They are the fulcrum on which so much of the real justice gets dispensed, and doing it in a timely way. Justice delayed is justice denied in many cases and in many sort of variations of that theme. And I can tell you the judges are not concerned about nearly as much about their comfort levels, and there's some issues about their comfort and safety, which have concerned me very much over the years. They're not nearly as concerned about anything regarding their own comfort, their own salaries, their own issues, as they are for these clerks. Like you, they care about it not just because they have to work with these people every day and they want their fellow workers to be paid fairly and well, which is a natural, but also because of the impact that it has on their ultimate clients, which are the children and the parents that appear before them on a daily basis. So this is an incredibly important, vulnerable group of people that we have a lot of needs in the city, but none, as far as I'm concerned, come much higher than taking care of the kids and their parents. And as the sheriff indicates too, this pays back. The payback is many, many-fold. If we can find the money to do it here, we get paid back by kids that grow up in a healthier situation, become, and their parents are able to be, who are distracted by problems their kids may have, maybe return to their productive lives as well. So I hope we can find some money to continue to supplement the clerks, notwithstanding that I feel like the state ought to be doing more. I feel like the state judicial system ought to be much more aggressive in seeking funding from that. I think they can do it, should do it. I've always thought that ever since my first day working for the...
I can neither confirm nor deny that I've had the same feeling.
Working in that office, and I'll continue to advocate that as well. Thank you.
Okay, Barbara, then John.
Sort of back at the very beginning of this whole session, we were talking about state responsibilities in city. If we could have that broken down for the courts, I suppose our local requirement is that we provide the facility, but then what's the state's responsibility? I think we really need to make that clear for all of these things, please.
All right, I'll make sure we get in the next Friday package.
Okay, I was just looking at some of these things.
Yeah, actually, I'm glad that you pointed out, it's, I guess, G on the packet. This was prepared by Ms. Burnham for the Association of the General District Court Clerks and sent to the General Assembly. So this just gives you a breakdown of what the duties and responsibilities of the district court clerks are. And I'll take just one, if I could be, well, if I could take one more minute, and you're talking about rehabilitation and about paying forward or reaping forward. The Court Services Unit is juvenile probation here in Virginia Beach. And they have the exact same problem that I do with the clerks. The probation officers here in Virginia Beach work harder. We're a best practices court. And actually, Judge Tower and Judge Bryan, Debbie Bryan, who is recently retired, or is going to be retired at the end of this month, they were instrumental in bringing about what's called the Juvenile Detention Alternative Incarceration Program, or JDI. And they worked very closely with the Court Services Unit here in Virginia Beach. And they've basically, tried to do that exact same thing. Put the services towards the juvenile delinquents who've been, processed in the system to make sure that they don't come back. So they put services. That's one good thing about the juvenile court, is we don't just toss them in detention and shake our fingers at them, although sometimes that has to happen. But we do put services towards rehabilitation. And the court doesn't do it. It's all left to the Court Services Unit. They have the same problem we do. Their probation officers leave for adult probation. Their probation officers leave for other cities. And frankly, our Court Services Unit works them harder on behalf of the kids than if they went to, a neighboring city. And so I know I'm a broken record just asking for more money, but
No.
I mean, they would benefit the same way.
Judge Hollowell, we appreciate your advocacy.
If I can just get
Yeah,
back
sure.
to what my comments were. I really, it's just, our taxpayers cannot afford to pay the local responsibility and the state's responsibility. I mean, they're paying state taxes, and I guess the state has got a whole lot of money they're trying to decide what they're going to do with. Well, maybe if they lived up to their requirements, then it wouldn't fall on our local taxpayers for our local taxes to have to make up the difference. Something's wrong somewhere in here with us hearing this over and over and over again, that the state is not doing enough and we need to make up the difference. That just means our taxpayers have to pay more. And that's what I guess we're going to be figuring out in this budget. But I think we really have to, I mean, if it's something that we need to have a good sit-down talk with our General Assembly people, then maybe that's what we need to do. But the responsibility needs to be where it's supposed to be. And it all falls down to our taxpayers to have to pay more to make up the difference. And how much we're willing to raise our taxes, our local taxes, to do what the state's supposed to be doing, I kind of think is the question we're being talking about here today, an awful lot.
Thank you. John?
No questions for the honorable judge, but an observation. We find ourselves with facilities that don't have hot water, aren't functioning, but when we meet and talk about paying excess value for property that we acquire, like $3 million more than we should have, when we appropriate out of cycle $54.9 million of cash from surplus of last year, and we don't hear all these lists, we make bad decisions. I don't know that we would have given $54.9 million in cash if we knew we had all these critical facility needs. But we did, because we didn't hear that story. And that's why when we make these out-of-cycle allocations of surpluses in cash, without having an end-to-end understanding of what other bills are unpaid, I'm sure Princeton High School, all their bathrooms work. In fact, I might go check on that this week just to confirm that's true. So we should, and I'm sure their stairwells work, and I'm sure their elevators work. So this is an observation for us. This is why we cannot make decisions to spend dollars out of cycle and tunes of $54.9 million of cash or acquire property if we aren't informed of all the bills that are out there? That we might say, that might be nice, but this is more important. So now we find ourselves we can recover some of that money, and I'll be talking about that in a later event. But this is why we have to be more strategic in our expenditures of surplus cash, because we are sub-optimizing, and then we get a bill here that we all want to take care of, and then we talk about, well, we have a lot of needs, but not the money. But we had money. I'm sure we could have done an elevator at a $54.9 million. I'm pretty confident we could fix an escalator. So I've just an observation to my peers that we have some real hard looking to do about past decisions that we made that we can reverse in this budget.
Hey, anyone else at this point? Judge, once again, thank you for your advocacy, stepping forward, and I tell you what, there's some problems out
Everyone
there.
has an open invitation to come to juvenile court anytime you want, anytime you want to discuss things. Thank you very much.
Got it. Thanks very
All right.
much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Judge.
Mayor, before we go on to the next presentation, I want to take this time to introduce our new Director of Libraries. I always want to call her Dr. Kimberly Knight, but it's Director Kimberly Knight. All right, so, Kimberly Knight. Director Knight, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Welcome to the family.
Hello, nice to meet you all. I'm so excited to be here today. It's National Library Workers' Day, and then I get to come and talk to you all. So we work because they do.
So I think it's a good opportunity to introduce yourself and your background. So this is her second visit in Hampton Roads. She used to serve as the deputy director for the Chesapeake Library System. And then after that, you were the deputy director for Alexandria. So it'll be good if you give council a good context of your background, especially your trip in California.
Okay, well, my very first job in libraries was at the African American Museum and Library at Oakland. I was the library assistant there way back in 1995. And I discovered the library again when I had a young daughter, and we went in for the children's story time. So I started my career back in those days as a children's librarian, and I've worked my way through youth services, worked with teens, then I worked with adults. I was a branch manager in both Arlington County, DC, and then I was an area manager in Prince George's. Then I came here into this area in Chesapeake, and I was the assistant director there, and then I've been the deputy director at Alexandria Library in Northern Virginia. So I'm really excited. You couldn't keep me away from the beach, so here I am, happy to be serving you as your new library director. Did you also want me to talk about some of my association work? Because I know the last time I didn't talk a lot about that. I've been active with different associations, so I'm a counselor at large with the American Library Association, and I'm currently the vice president-elect of the Virginia Library Association.
Oh,
Fantastic.
welcome.
Yeah,
thank you.
Congratulations.
Welcome home.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Guy?
As the council liaison to the Public Library Board and as a longtime member of the Virginia Beach Library Foundation, and as a good friend of your both of your two predecessors, let me welcome you personally. It's so great to see you, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you for being here. You've got an impressive resume, and I've heard nothing but good things about all of your personal attributes as well. So we're happy to have you.
All right, thank you. I'm so glad to be here. Yes.
I noticed there was a public bus, a library in the parking lot, library bus in the parking lot. That's not your company car, is it?
If only it would be. I could go all around the city handing out books to people, but no, that's not it.
Welcome here.
Nice to be here, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the great welcome.
Thank you.
All right.
Welcome, welcome.
I think the library's going to do me.
Okay, our final presentation today is Capital Improvement Program with Kevin Fairley, Information Services Administrator. Welcome.
Kevin, before you get started, did you get any sleep last night?
I was up awful late.
Yeah, that was
I
tough.
don't mind staying up late for a win. It
That's
hurts
it.
to stay up late for a loss.
Feel good to be a Tar Heel.
You're right. If you can't take the loss, you can't play the game.
Yeah, that's right.
You guys got there, though.
That's right.
You championship game.
I understand. I enjoyed that too. Yes, sir. Again, thank you, Mayor, members of council, city manager. I am here to represent information technology and review the CIP section for the program, and specifically talk about in-progress projects and fiscal year 23. Let's see. There we go. So the section has 42 total projects. There are 33 existing, 9 new that will start in FY23. So the full portfolio is about $140 million over the 6-year program. FY23 existing projects are programmed at $42 million. New projects are programmed at $6 million. Projects with no change out of the 42 or the 33 existing, 20 projects did not have any change. Couple to highlight or discuss here. Certainly there's too many to go through with the amount of time we have today, but police oceanfront cameras is a good example. They are 18 cameras have been installed. There's another 14 in progress and planned. We're working on some hardware and installations, and we're working really hard to try to meet the moratorium, because we will have to take a break during the summertime for that construction work down in the oceanfront area. But just an example, we're looking at additional cameras at 18th Street, 22nd, 26, 28, 29, 33, 35, all the way up, working our way up the boardwalk there. Let's see. I'll go ahead and skip to the next one. Police radio encryption, that particular project's in progress. We've got infrastructure being installed, so that's underway. We are doing testing. It will also provide new handheld radios for the police department and the sheriff's office staff, as well as adding the encryption to a portion of the channels that they use for their communication. We're looking at potential completion in June of this year. We are going to make a go, no-go decision in May based on the progress that we have made. And if we decide it's too close with project completion, we may end up pushing that to the fall, but it would be completed in 22. Additional projects with no change. A couple things that are in progress. Electronic poll book replacement. We are working with voter registrar's office and the electoral board. They're in the process. We actually have a meeting tomorrow to talk about their selection process out of the vendors that they did take a look at, but the goal would be, again, to have those replaced with the potential to use it in the November election. So again, it would depend on hardware delivery primarily for that activity. There were some discussions earlier today on some of these particular projects. The one that's numbered 100-580 is the gunshot detection system for the police department. So that was discussed. The funding is in the ITCIP for the expansion and the ongoing costs for that program. A couple others that may be of interest. Libraries, there's equipment ordered to replace and upgrade the technology in the central library, and this will serve an example for the project that's also included in the funding to upgrade the equipment and technology at the branch libraries. Wi-Fi in the city parks. The work is underway for the Princess Anne Athletic Complex that'll put Wi-Fi in that facility. And we are waiting on some hardware and some cabinetry to hold some of the hardware underway for that. They are slated to arrive in June. So again, we would expect to have that portion of the work completed in this calendar year. Future Wi-Fi is targeted for Mount Trashmore and City View Park. Other projects with no change, Southside Network Authority, Virginia Beach, obviously, and council approved the funding for Virginia Beach's portion of that regional ring and work to be done. Portsmouth was the last city to do their approval, so the funding is in place to be able to move forward with that project. And then this library meeting rooms, this is the one that's targeted the branch libraries after we get the central done. We develop standards that would be used so when you go from one library to the other, you have the same experience in the meeting rooms and the facilities there. So that one will start after we finish the work at Central Library. Projects with modifications, there are 13. Couple items of note here, a SELA sustainment that is for additional user licenses, increase in funding for vendor support for the multi-departments that use that particular service, and to set aside some funds to help when we have to make complex changes to the configuration of the system. Final slide on projects with modifications. Court technology system sustainment, that was discussed early, that there were issues with the paging system. I think the judge called it an intercom system. That is programmed and funded in the funding that is available for that 100,574 project. It was originally funded a little over $1.1 million. I think we did a $250,000 mid-year adjustment to add more funds because after we were into the facility, we found additional issues that needed to be worked on, and then we also have a targeted additional $250,000 in FY23 to continue that work. But again, the paging system for the Juvenile Detention Center and the Domestic Relations Court are covered in that funding that's proposed. Probably another one that would be of interest to note is the 100-113 Enterprise Public Safety. Right now, that particular project's underway with police records management, and they're working on data search functions, data storage, internal affairs, case management, booking processes, and data conversion. And when the booking process, they're working with the police department, the magistrate, and the sheriff's office, not only looking for system changes, but workflow improvements for that group. This project, the 100-581 Comprehensive Crime Prevention through Environmental Design, this is the additional funding that the police chief was talking about to help with the facility up in the block in the oceanfront area. So this is funding to help get that facility outfitted and equipped the way it needs to be. And there's $750,000 additional dollars targeted for FY23 to be able to finish up that work. There were 9 new projects that have been approved. I think the highlight overview for this would be the majority of these projects are one-time project dollar activities and don't come with a large amount of annual recurring costs. So these investments for these 9 projects, the ones of note here would be revenue management, system sustainment, and check processing system upgrade. Those were the top 2 projects that came out of the portfolio of new projects for this year. Those help, like the Treasurer's Office, Commissioner of the Revenue's Office, to get them to new and current systems. And that check processing system, they are at risk of hardware life cycle expiration and failure for that hardware. So that's a complete replacement of the check processing system. What that does, essentially, it's where the checks come in, they have to get scanned, processed, make sure the money goes to the bank to the right location. On peak days, they can handle as many as $2 million worth of checks at a time. So they're not only going to get a brand new system, but they're going to have redundancy in the system that will help them not suffer if one set of the equipment's not working at that time. A couple other things of note: Human Services Evidence Management System. They actually handle a lot of photographs and things that end up in evidentiary activities with the police department and the court system. They don't really have a system to manage that today. They have folders with DVDs and things on it of that nature. So they are going to invest in a system similar to what the police department uses, so that and by using it in that same system, we would be able to take that evidence, and when it needs to move through the chain, it can move through the chain, and not have to be manual processes to get that work done. Okay. Forensics evidence management, that is for the police department to upgrade and replace their system, so they will be, again, on the similar technology. Aquarium security cameras, that's putting about 30-plus security cameras inside the facility and between the two buildings on the walkway, which is right now not covered at all with security cameras, even though it's part of the exhibits and people do traverse between the two facilities. Public use facility meeting space, that's also a refresh of the equipment and the technology in the meeting spaces and the workshop rooms and community rooms, and they'll have the same equipment that the libraries are going to get in their community facilities, again, getting to an IT standard. Projects with major changes, 21st century ERP, this HCM stands for Human Capital Management, so this is essentially our HR system that will be upgraded. Based on the amount of money that was already available in the appropriations, we were able to take some of the funds from FY23 and move that out to 24 to free up some dollars in 23. But that won't impact the project. It essentially realigns to accommodate project schedules, staffing impacts, and organizational change that will need to happen in order to make that effective. But there certainly is sufficient funds to progress with the project and to go to contract signing when they end up selecting a product and an integrator. Customer relationship management, this is changing from a pilot project to I'll call it a sustainment project. So essentially, we implemented this for VB311, the City Manager's Office, Communications Office, and Public Works Waste Management. We've been in operation for about 11 months. So far through the project, we have 119,000 service requests from the citizens that have gone through the system in a little bit less than a year. What we're looking for to do with the future funds that are programmed or continue to add other departments and agencies to the system. So there's a front-facing portal for folks to request issues and to report issues with the city. So we're right now working to add resort management. The future would be to add housing and neighborhood preservation. We're also speaking with Commissioner of Revenue's office to add business licensure in that product, where someone can come in and apply and it tracks them through the process and moves them across the different agencies of the city that needs to do the work. And we are looking for integrations with existing city systems like Acela, CAD for 311, and then a payment portal for waste management. Waste management, the way you can pay them for your yard debris trailers. If you're going to do a yard debris trailer rental, you have to send them money or take them money. So the goal, again, is to stand up a payment portal so you can not only sign your yard debris trailer contract, but you can pay for it online. It'll automatically schedule it for the next available date, and really to automate some of their back-end processes for Public Works. That check system upgrade, we already talked about that. $677,000 again to do their replacement. And current projects underway, information security enhancements. So we're bringing in new tools and looking at automated detection and response for incidents that occur. We talked about the regional broadband ring, courts technology. We have worked already on replacing their evidence carts. What we heard when we first went over there is sometimes when they had a court case, they didn't even have the ability to take the evidence from the attorney or the police officer or maybe a family and project that in the room so you can see and hear what the full evidence was. And they were at some points having to move court cases to different courts because the technology worked in one courtroom but not the other, or postpone and bring them back and reschedule folks. So we have worked really hard to get those enhancements and with up-to-date technology in those courtrooms And again, I think the phase 2 was the intercom paging system to be able to take care of that. Okay, we talked about those. Police records management system, that we talked about that. That's in progress. As part of that larger enterprise public safety project, mobile policing is included, and Chief Newdigate did talk about that in his slides earlier, but e-ticketing is going to be implemented this year, crash reporting, citizen engagement. Right now, the e-ticketing, I think the chief did mention the contract is approved, and we'll have that finished in late calendar year 2022. Police in-car cameras, he also had mentioned that, over 200 plus in-car camera installation. I think he said we were about 50% complete. I actually believe we're about 80% complete, and the target is to have it done at the end of April, early May.
Hey, any questions, John?
Well, I'm glad to hear, since 10 years since I came back on council, we're finally getting to e-ticketing. That's been a long, long journey. But I've had this conversation with the city manager, and it doesn't directly apply to where we are because it's too late. But I'm unconvinced that when I look at all the stuff in that budget, it's not clear where we are. I'd like to know this. How much of this is on the cloud, and how much have we chosen because we have security concerns to have it for ourselves? Because we know from public documentation, newspaper, CIA, Defense Department has much more sensitive information than this on commercial cloud services. So if we aren't all on cloud, then we've got the wrong strategy. That's number one. But looking forward as we get here, we have to be looking at, is this a business we want to be in? I appreciate that we're using all cash in the CIP. That makes good sense because these are rapidly depreciating. So when you say there's no annual expense, there's an annual depreciation expense, and the software usually somewhere between in the 6 and 8 year period on most cards, they're done. So unless you bought advanced cards and stored them, you can't buy the card unless you pay someone to make it. And generally speaking, it forces you to upgrade like your phone, right? So we really ought to have even if we don't put real money in it, we ought to be very conscious of the depreciation expense that is going with our IT systems, because it's a real expense item. It's a future bill, and we got to be thinking about it during every budget cycle. Do we want to reserve money for capital replacement? That's my thought. The other point is, I've noticed we have several different pieces of ERP, but there are EIPs that is everything. And I'm not so certain. It looks like we've taken this vendor's producing that, and that's going to be proprietary, which comes with any, and then you got another piece over here is doing a financing, and this is different. But there are ERP systems that are holistic, that cover the whole gambit. So as we look, this is too far along to change, but it'll be here sooner than you think that we'll be re-looking at this again, and we ought to be thinking of a different approach. The Department of Defense contracts out all their IT support. And I think is this something we want to stay in the business because it sucks up executive bandwidth? You don't own the phone company, but you got your cell phone, right? All we want is the service. We don't have to be the provider. So I think we have to be thinking as we're executing this, where do we want to go next? And it was unclear reading through the write-ups that we have a true configuration board for all these systems. And who ultimately vets the requirements? Because I would think if you were doing that, some of these things that are over here we're moving should have been built into the other system from the start. I realize we're in the infancy and we've really changed our leadership and approach with IT, which is great. I compliment you on that. So these are all not a negative of where you are, but observations of what we need to be thinking about as we move forward. So we can, because these are some big bills. We have some big licensing. And every of these systems have their own licensing. With ERPs, you have one kind of license. So we ought to be looking for how do we migrate out of our licensing costs or more effectively have licensing, because that adds up over time. But those are just observations, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Aaron?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of council, city manager, if I see Peter Wallace is in of our room today. Peter, can you come up here as well?
Hey, Peter, how you doing?
Thank you so much, sir. And Kevin, thank you for your presentation as well. I think it's appropriate that, we all public acknowledge the great work that you and your team has been doing Government Technology has announced that Peter Wallace, the city's Chief Information Officer, has been named among its top 25 doers, dreamers, and drivers of 2022. The annual awards program, now in its 21st year, acknowledges the contribution of visionary public sector technology leaders. This year's honorees includes innovators, collaborators, and transformers who are using the power of technology to enhance state and local government services which elevate citizens' experience. CIO Peter Wallace is named among top 25 doers, dreamers, and drivers of 2022 by Government Technology magazine. I just want to say
Beyond well-deserved.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All the accolades, but again, it's for staff and for what you do here as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
My guess is they said top 25, but you probably won. So good job.
Absolutely.
All right, great. Any other questions? Hey, thanks a bunch, and all things considered, we can't run a government without you, can we? Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, at this point, council liaisons, anybody? Michael?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to share a couple of quick reports. First is that I had a meeting yesterday with Mike Harris, who's the general manager of Lynn Haven Mall, and we had a great discussion. In addition to, I mentioned the fact that they have a wonderful exhibition now on view called The Art of the Military Child, hundreds of works of art. It's a partnership with Virginia Beach City Public Schools that really illustrate the story of military families in Virginia Beach. The sacrifice that they experience, the service, the dedication. I could just go on and on about how striking and remarkable this was. And the mall is not only a center of commerce, it's also a community center, and I think they do a great job there. Which brings me to my next point. Mr. Harris did raise, and I think fairly, that in the way we market the city, we often focus on, as areas of commerce, town center and the resort. And those are centers of commerce, and they are centers that I support and appreciate. But Lynn Haven District is a very vibrant and contributing an important commercial district and community district and residential district in our city. He told me that Lynn Haven Mall itself produces, just the mall, just within the loop, Lynn Haven Mall Circle that you're familiar with, $31 million a year in tax revenue to the general fund. It's a substantial amount. And that doesn't account for all of the shopping centers and all of the other commercial areas that surround Lynn Haven as a result of the mall and just as a part of that district. So I would just like to make a comment on behalf of the Lynn Haven Business District that we do a little bit better in terms of incorporating messaging about Lynn Haven Mall and the Lynn Haven Business District into how we tell the story about Virginia Beach. I do have I'm trying to get a meeting on the books with Taylor Adams, who I think can help with that on the economic development side and the CVB side. But it's not just, it is definitely, we love the resort, I love Town Center and every other business area of Virginia Beach, but we can't forget about Lynn Haven Mall. And I'm grateful to him for bringing that to our attention. The other thing that I just want to talk about is that yesterday I also had the chance to visit the Season of Nonviolence kickoff, which was in the Vibe Creative District. And this is a partnership between this team that has been advocating for the Season of Nonviolence for a long time, and that includes our Human Rights Commission and the Vibe Creative District, Virginia Beach Public Schools, NAMI. And it was a wonderful example of what can happen when people of good faith come together. Mayor, of course, you were there and said a few words, which everyone appreciated. But it's amazing what can happen when people come together in good faith and be honest about what's happening in our city, but also demonstrate that we have care and consideration for each other and that we are taking action to address acts of violence and that this is a community that looks out for each other and values human life and human dignity. And that was on full display yesterday, and it was really wonderful. It's amazing, too, what artistic expression, what kind of impact that can have on a community and on people. And the families of Donovan Lynch and also DeShayla Harris were there, and they were really embraced by the community. And I'll let them tell their story about that experience, but it's also incredible what a community can do that a city government can't. And that was also demonstrated. And it was really, really touching, as you know, Mayor. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else with liaisons? Yes. And then Sabrina.
I just wanted to say that I was at the meeting with the mayors and chairs on the youth violence for the region, and I wanted to comment on how proud I was of our mayor, because he and Donnie Tuck of Hampton really led the charge in that meeting, and he showed tremendous leadership in that group. I was very, very proud of you and the words that you had to say and the way you helped pull everybody together. And what you said today, too, was there were a lot of things that were uncomfortable, but things need to be put out on the table, and sometimes you just have to talk about these things and get them out so that we can work on them together. But I think everyone here would have been really proud of you like I was if they had seen you in action. You did a great job, Bob.
And you heading up the task force and putting it together, it is definitely a team approach. Nobody does anything by themselves. Thank you. Sabrina?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dyer. I just want to give some brief comments about the 531 committee. We met last week, and the first day was focused more so around reflection, and we had an opportunity to do a activity where the members of the committee took on the role of maybe a staff member or a family member or perhaps just a resident who lived in the area, and you took on that persona and you just kind of provided some type of reflection of what that person may have thought or what their feedback was about the general process, about what we're also doing as a committee. But it was very insightful. I would say that I chose to take on the persona of the staff, but in doing so, being very clear that I cannot speak for the staff, but I would suggest that we find out what they want. And you do that by surveys, talking to them, and just finding where they are. I think the very first time things happen, there was a survey that was presented, but we know things change, or sometimes they don't. But I think we need to know and find out from staff where they are, and that was my recommendation to the facilitator, who is doing a very excellent job, by the way. Just the way he's conducting the meetings, very insightful, strategic in his process. Also, the staff that participates, certainly couldn't do it without them. Very appreciative of just the quality of individuals that we have working together on this particular event and this particular committee. And speaking from experience, I know that working on memorials can be very emotional and controversial. And so even in this setting, the hard work that the committee members have to do, it is controversial because everybody has a different perspective. And you see that in some of the comments that you see during the sessions. But I just admire the members, the committee members, their resilience and moving forward. Everybody is having an opportunity to share and participate. It's just, I really can't describe it. It's just something you have to be a part of, but you know it's greater than just you. The second day we went to and we toured some sites. I'm sure some of you may have saw that on the media. They were there and took extensive pictures and footage. But there are a lot of sites that we toured, and we're still in the process of discussing and getting feedback, from everyone involved, because this is a process. And But I will say that my takeaway from just looking at the different locations, there is feedback that this is something that we don't want to continue to prolong. This is something that we want to make sure that we take extra careful care, making sure that we are moving through the process. I don't want to say as quickly as possible, but in a manner that is careful, but one that's not going to take or prolong the process. And so those are just my thoughts and perspective. But again, truly, the experience is indescribable. And I'm really blessed to be a part of it. Thank you.
And thank you, Sabrina and Michael. I had the opportunity to observe a little bit, and I want to thank both of you for bringing the council's empathy and compassion, to a most important thing. Thank you very much. Linwood.
Thank you, Mayor. So I became council liaison to the Bayfront Advisory Commission, and based on some of those meetings, last night we had a meeting at Cape Henry Shores for the community who's very concerned about the sand replenishment issues on their beach. And Dan Abrams from Public Works Coastal Engineering gave the presentation, and I speak all the time about upping our game in terms of customer service. Well, Mr. Adams is a shining example of what doing that last night. He gave about an hour presentation, slideshow, went into great detail, answered every question, and the crowd was very pleased with the presentation. I learned a lot from it, but we are going to respond in a couple of months to the sand replenishment and then come in the year after with another program, rebuild the dunes and what have you. So it was a very good meeting, but I wanted to give kudos to particularly Dan Adams and his presentation last night.
Thank you. Anyone else for liaisons?
No.
How about comments? John?
Just a singular one. I'm sure many of you are aware I have been working diligently to provide an alternative budget that gets us to a revenue tax rate of 91.117 cents. I will be sharing that in ordinance form with you next Tuesday. I'll probably be doing some other communications over the weekend on that as well, but I think it's very doable. And I am going to be revisiting that, what I consider to be an ill-timed decision of $54.9 million of cash. And I think all of us have heard from people who are suffering tremendously, dipping into their savings. And I think we have to be sensitive to that. And I hope the governor is successful. The Democrats in the Senate allows his budget to go through rather than $3 billion more spending, because that's much-needed tax relief by our citizens. And I just want to give you a heads up that I'll be bringing that forward in plenty of time for people to have seen it and be able to comment at the public hearing. And I have aspirations that our reconciliation process will be much more transparent than it has traditionally been. Thank you.
Can I ask Mr. Moss, is that going to include the bond referendum, 4.3 cents?
Yes, in fact, that part of that $54.9 million in cash will be used to pay $28 million of cash for the flood projects, because it's a higher priority than some of the things that we gave money away that we shouldn't have.
Okay, anybody else at this point? I just want to make one final comment before we get to thing. Scott Miller from Virginia Wesleyan came here the other weekend. The first thing he did was compliment the process with the planning department and council member, city manager Dehaney and his staff. And I have been hearing nothing but glowing reports from other segments out there about the manager's initiative to make things more friendly and, get to yes than, ever before. And I think this is going to define us as a city going forward. And, Patrick, thank you for your initiatives and thank you for your staff, Kevin and everybody, for just being outreach and ambassadors and, really putting a positive spin on things. Thank you. Okay. All right, at this point, moving on to the consent agenda. We have reached that point.
So there are 3 items to be pulled. J3, J5, and K1.
Vice Mayor, we have a speaker also that wants to speak regardless on J8. He's in support but wants to still speak.
Okay.
So again, which ones are pulled?
J3, 5, 8, and K1.
Oh, you went back to 1. Okay.
Yep, that's what threw me off, yeah.
Okay.
All right, so starting with J1, ordinance to amend the city code section 220 regarding regular city council meetings, requested by most of us. Everybody okay with that?
I just wanted to note that I'll explain my reasoning, but I'm voting no on 4A, and if the answers to my questions I sent you, Mr. City Manager, have been provided.
This is number 1?
No, I'm talking about, that's, you said.
We're going to get to it.
Okay,
we're
I
on
thought maybe you had said consent, right? I'm
No,
sorry.
no, no, no.
This
We're
is
gonna-
J1.
All right.
We just want the ones we polled, John, then we're going to go through
Okay,
each one.
I'm sorry, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Everybody okay with J1? Okay, J2, there's A, policy with the council member communications to all city employees. Everybody okay with that? Okay, and B, revised policy regarding council member sponsored forums and events. Mr.
Mr.
Logi.
Mayor.
Yes,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Bellucci.
I received some feedback from Councilmember Moss that I've incorporated into the policy with the assistance from Deputy Attorney Rod Ingram, which I appreciate very much. I'm going to distribute that now to each of you. I hope you'll find it agreeable, and I hope you'll consider this as a substitute to the policy that was distributed as part of the agenda.
And I thank you for consideration of my comments.
I thank you for them.
Okay.
Well,
Ms.
of course, I
Hunter?
haven't seen this proposal, but I'm inclined to vote no. I really feel like this is going to restrict the council members' ability to have meetings with the public and get staff support, and I really don't think it's been abused in the past, and I don't see a reason to change it at this point.
Excuse me.
Yes,
if-
Sabrina.
if- I'm sorry, if I could go back to 2A. I'm not voting yes on 2A. That's why my name is not on it. I don't support it. I was vocal about that before, so that's a no. And 2A is a no for me as well. Or excuse me, 2B.
Mr. Bellucci, do you want to explain what the changes are?
Well, Mr. Moss suggested the changes, so I will be very happy to allow him to explain the changes. But the thrust of the policy is not, simply, absolutely not to restrict any engagement with the public. It's meant to, inspire fair, transparent, and honest engagement with the public to make sure that the mechanisms of government aren't, there's no reason for anyone who's interested in those things to oppose this policy, because it's just in the name of good government, transparent government, and fair government.
Okay, Mr. Rouse, and then
Can I explain?
Sabrina, and then John.
Well, can I explain what he asked me to?
Okay.
Just a point, I think if we're gonna make a substitute motion, just a recommendation, can we hear it then? This is consent agenda, I would rather just hear it.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and
I'll
do
save
that?
my explanation till
Just
then.
take the case.
Why don't we'll go ahead and
can't
poll
hear
it and
it.
hear it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So 3 we're hearing. Number 4, 4A is 4 months for the summer of 2022 for each of the next 4 summers with Dolphin Run Condominium Association at 3rd Street.
I'm voting no. I have posed some questions to the manager. If the answers are available, that would be nice to know. But principally, my objection is, when I did my analysis, we are not charging enough for the lease. And if you look at A and B and compare them, there's no correlation of the charge given the shortness, and so I can't support the amount is too low. I'm prepared to talk about that at the end after the vote. But if the questions are answered, I might change my vote before we get there. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, and B is 4 1 year with 4 one-year renewal options with CBM Company, which is the Schooner Inn at 2nd Street and Atlantic Avenue. Consent.
Nope, I'm all good.
5 is pulled. 6 is the ordinance to extend the date for satisfying the conditions regarding closing an unimproved portion of Singleton Way, formerly Princess Anne Road, South Witch Duck Road, formerly Kempsville Road, and Princess Anne Road, relocated adjacent to the northeast and southeast sides of the parcel. Everybody okay? Number 7 is A, property known as Boat Basin and Drainage Area of the eastern branch of the Lynnhaven River, located at the rear of 2601 Sandy Valley Road, regarding construct and maintain a wood pier addition over an existing pier. Maintain an existing boat lift and floating pier and gangway, District 8, formerly Beach 6 Beach. So,
I have no objection to consent.
everybody okay with that?
Can't hear you.
B, property known as Lake Rudy and an existing 5-feet drainage easement located at the rear of 6 Caribbean Avenue, regarding construct and maintain a side-mounted boat lift and 6-feet PVC fence and maintain an existing Arbor 4-feet metal fence, District 5, formerly District 6B. I don't have any problem with it. How about you, Guy?
Nope, no problem.
Okay, C, right-of-way known as 20 feet alley between 18th Street and 19th Street located in the rear of 410 and 412 19th Street regarding the remaining concrete pavement, curbing, gutter, and wood fence. Mr. Tower.
No objection to consent.
Okay. 8 is pulled. 9 is the ordinance to appropriate $2.3 million to the FY 2021-22 Water and Sewer Capital Improvement Program CIP regarding capital projects number 100, 186 First Colonial Road, Virginia Beach Infrastructure Improvement Sewer, and number 185 First Colonial Road, Virginia Beach Boulevard Intersection Improvements Water. Everybody okay with that?
I just want to compliment the manager staff for the excellent answers to the questions I asked. I appreciate it.
Number 10A, $37,174 from the Virginia Department of Social Services into the FY 2021-22 Human Services Operating Budget regarding enhance and improve the Adult Protective Services Program, including response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay. B is $16,435 from the Virginia Department of Social Services into the FY 2021 Human Services Operating Budget regarding promoting safe and stable families program. Okay. And C, $145,000 from the Virginia Department of Emergency Management via the U.S. Department of Homeland Security Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, regarding replacement of outdated or obsolete items for police special operations unit.
Okay, open the public hearing on planning.
1 is pulled. Number 2, North Independent Storage LLC, Wells Fargo, for conditional use permit regarding mini warehouse on Independence Boulevard. I think that's been, that's for deferral. Is everybody okay with the deferral? Number 3, George Tayanovov for conditional use permit regarding a short-term rental at 4005 Atlantic Avenue, and that's been, the staff has asked for deferral. Number 4, Jesse Ryan for conditional use permit regarding a short-term rental at 909 Pacific Avenue, Unit C, District 5, formerly District 6. I'm okay with it. Guy, are you okay with it? And number 5 is the ordinance to amend Section 111 of the city ordinance to add, the city zoning ordinance to add requirements to energy storage facilities, ordinance to amend Sections 1001 of the city zoning ordinance to include energy storing facilities, a use permitted with a conditional use permit in the I-1 and I-2 districts.
I'm going to ask that we defer this. I just don't understand it enough, and I've got a feeling this is primarily going to be in the Princess Anne district, and it looks pretty intense. I'd like to know
That's
more
fine.
about it.
Is everybody okay with deferring it?
Yes.
For a deferral.
And also, could we
Yep,
get the
Ms.
answers
Henley,
to my
yeah,
questions
I
on
want
fire?
deferral.
I didn't see those.
For
No, on the
Well-
fire department. I asked questions.
I would like to discuss it at my forum, if I can have a forum. So that would be the end of April, so 30 days.
Okay, 30 days.
What date would that be, Amanda?
Don't we have a
After
voting
the
meeting on
budget?
the 19th?
The first
I'm
meeting.
sorry, I didn't have my calendar up. So, 30 days would be May 3rd or May 17th.
This isn't urgent. It could be longer than that, right? It isn't urgent, is it urgent?
Economic development has some issues. So May 3rd or May 17th?
We'll make it May 17th after the budget.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll work. All right.
If I may interrupt, I apologize. 7B, that one is, if you will, a indefinite deferral. There was a
What item did you say? I'm sorry.
7B, it's an encroachment into Lake Rudy. There was an exhibit issued. We need to update it, bring it back.
Oh, you want to defer that indefinitely?
Indefinite, please, sir.
Okay, yes, you're right.
Okay.
B?
7B under ordinances.
Okay.
J7.
Okay.
Later, could you tell me what the issue, I don't need to know now, but I'd like to know later what the issue is.
It was a fence that was shown on the exhibit that actually isn't there, so we want to make sure it's 100% accurate.
Okay, we're going to go to the informal session. Do we have the roll call, Madam Clerk? Okay. Yeah, we're all here, just as roll call there. Okay, at this point, the chair will entertain a motion to recess into a closed session pursuant to the exemptions of the open meeting laws allowed by Section 2.23711A. Code of Virginia is amended for the following purposes: security matters, and discussion of plans to protect public safety as it relates to terrorist activity or specific security threats or vulnerabilities, and briefings by staff members, legal counsel, or law enforcement or emergency service officials concerning actions taken to respond to such matters or the related threats of public safety, discussion of information excluded from this chapter pursuant to subdivision 3 or 4 of section 2.2, 30705.2, where discussion in an open meeting would jeopardize the safety of any person or the security of any facility, structure, information technology, or software program, or discussion or reports of plans related to the security of the government facility, building, or structure, or safety of persons using the facility, building, or structure pursuant to section 2.23711A19, and that's oceanfront security briefing. And then personnel matters, discussion, consideration, interviews, prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of any public body pursuant to section 2.23711A1. Council appointments, council boards, commissions, committees, authorities, agencies, and appointees. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, the vote is open.
11-0, you have recessed to closed session.
Okay, we are recessed into executive.